Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 90th livestream from the MisfitGamersStudios. I'm your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. On today's episode of Deeper Discussions, we're going to change things up a little bit. I know that we've been talking last couple weeks about doing the Psionic High Point build with Kage, and while we still want to do that, we felt like we should change it up a little bit today. It's been 4 weeks of just non-stop Psionic Handbook. And while we do want to do the build, we felt like maybe just doing a little bit of a change up, kind of changing up the topic a little bit, not being so dry about it. Plus, once we kind of sat down and we're getting prepared for it, we realized that there were some other things that we wanted to get pre-prepped instead of have done on stream. Things like rolling dice for stats, since we're going to be doing, snapshots at various levels, pre-rolling health and things like that. Basically, doing all the stuff that we don't need to do live on stream, since we're not going to actually be playing the game. It's going to be more of we're just going to show how we go about that process, how I onboard a new player, how I help players build out their character, and how I place them in High Point. But we don't need you guys to sit around while we're flipping through books, looking for a specific number, or, while Kage's rolling, multiple die for his stats. So we're going to pre-prep all of that, and we're going to come back to that episode in another week or two, once we've been able to sit down, pre-plan out a little bit of how we want to schedule out that episode, and then we'll be able to fully, represent what it is to do a High Point build. So, in lieu of that today, for today's deeper discussion, we are actually going to be discussing the viewer-submitted topic. This was submitted by Cosmic Purge a while back, but we are going to be talking about the history of multiclassing, which is going to include a history, which is going to include tri-classing as well, up to tri-classing, which editions allowed it. We are also going to include a subsection on this topic about dual classing, which is different than multi-classing, at least it was in the previous editions. And then we're basically going to talk about what happened to them, what's really happened to the landscape between dual classing and tri-classing, when was it popular, and why we don't see it very much. But yeah, that's basically what we're going to be talking about today. Is going to be the history of multi-classing, dual classing, tri-classing, and yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun with that. We're gonna be doing a lot of deep dives into the past for this one, and then yeah, we're just gonna push more psionic stuff into the future to give you guys a little bit of change up, because I can't believe it's been 4 streams. It's been a month of just talking about psionics. It's crazy that we haven't done a deeper discussions on anything else in over a month now. So I'm really excited. I hope you guys are excited. It's gonna be a fun day. It's been a hell of a week, but we are here for it. So, bringing everybody in. What is up, my dude?
Oh, we are chilling, man. Very excited. It's good to be here. It's good to be here. I know I was kind of looking forward to building some psionics, but I totally get where we're going with it, and I'm excited to see what it looks like when we actually present it to everybody. So it'll be a good deal. It'll definitely be a good deal.
I'm really looking forward to it. My mic arm is being crazy today. All right.
Rudeness.
There we go. Okay, I think that's going to be fine for now. It's like suddenly it just doesn't want to adjust. Okay. But yeah, other than that, no, I think we're good. We've been developing the roadmap for High Point, or for Misfit Gamer Studios a bit, so more updates to come on that. I've kind of honed in on some naming schemes I think you guys are going to be happy with, so keep out, once I've talked to Kage a little bit, keep a lookout for any polls in the Discord, because we will be wondering what you guys think about the new names. And yeah, we have quite a lot. I'm looking at something that you all can't see, which is my whiteboard of the roadmap, trying to figure out, is there anything else that... I think the biggest change was finally nailing down what naming schemes we might want to move forward with, and getting your guys' opinion on that. But otherwise, I think we are pretty much just all good to roll into this. This is going to be a really interesting topic. We have quite a lot.
I'm very excited.
I was not as prepared for this topic because I wasn't expecting it today, but just looking into building out the class, we just realized that I was looking at it from the prism of, well, we've just gone through all of the psionics. We have the psionic book in front of us. Let's just, open it up and roll with it. But, it immediately became clear that there were a lot of nuances that haven't been addressed yet. We haven't really talked at all. We haven't done any showcases on, say, a 2nd edition class. Like, I mean, this was, I mean, even though I just said we did a Psionics class, but I mean like a standard class, a fighter, a rogue. What does the standard class look like in second edition versus fifth? Because most people are familiar with fifth edition. Most people are familiar with subclasses.
Out of curiosity, what was the second edition homebrew you ran us through? Was that a homebrew class that you did? Remember you had some second edition thing that you ran us through. It was something you had written down.
I don't remember now, actually.
It was a while ago that we did it.
Oh! You're talking about my Deceptor class.
Yeah.
No, so that was pre-High Point. That was the time
pre-High Point.
That was the time before time. That was in the other realm.
Interesting.
That was in my DM's realm. I created that. Yeah. So essentially, in that realm, I had a different character who had ascended to immortality. Hadn't quite become a god, but was planning to. At least had his ideas. And on his way to that, part of that build was that he wanted his followers to be more than just like his clerics. So he wanted to go one step further and actually create a whole class. So essentially, he wanted to first start out with like his clerics having these like specialties, but he eventually wanted it to evolve in-game terms.
Right.
He wanted it to evolve into a lifestyle. So essentially, out of game mechanically, he was going to start with his clerics and his belief system, use his belief system to instill this mindset, and eventually turn this into a class. By, he didn't know exactly how. I didn't know exactly how, but I wanted to create a class.
But
so
that's how you started.
Yes, I did. I did do the showcase on my. That was my first. That was like the very first class, like from start to like. I didn't even finish it, but that was like the very first time I really sat down and actually tried to build a class from scratch, based off the second edition. Very interesting. It was a very interesting read. I definitely see a lot of the influences I had back then, and I also see a lot of things I would do differently. So
that's fair. That's very fair.
But yeah, so going back to my flub, yes, we did just do the Psionics Handbook, which is its own class, but we haven't really discussed we haven't done an episode discussing how classes are different. Maybe we should just do an episode on the history of classes in terms of how they operate throughout the editions, because then that would give people a mindset. Because part of the thing about the Psionic High Point build was going to be that, well, we would have to also include whatever race he was going to be, because obviously racial bonuses and things like that were going to come into play. And we haven't really gone over that. We haven't gone over second edition races really, at least in terms of, again, broadly discussing the standards, right? What you expect to get from a race in second edition versus what you would expect to get from choosing a race in fifth edition. And that's kind of the same thing with classes. We haven't really discussed the fundamentals between choosing a class for fifth edition and choosing a class for sixth edition or for second edition. So, and then of course, beyond both of those, which are just the standards that we haven't gone over, then there was also the complexity added on to, we were about to do a High Point build, but without knowing a lot of those standards, we also have to reapply my character sheet, which I haven't
That's
shown
fair.
you guys yet. I've also, done my own character sheet to help streamline some things. And without showing you guys that, without talking about the differences of what I've changed and why I changed it, to do different things, that was also going to be really confusing and more difficult to go through a clean build, when I'm sure there'd be a lot of questions on like, well, what does that mean, or why is that happening? Like, so yeah, we weren't really as prepared to go over every single step. And of course, it's actually been a while since I've gone and onboarded a new player, and it's been a while since we've actually,
Fair enough.
we haven't been able to play pretty much all this year, so it's been a while since new characters were made, so we're both a little bit rusty on that entire process. So that's why we're kind of pushing it. We felt that that particular topic would be better planned for, and really, we haven't done that yet. We really haven't sat down and truly planned an episode and planned a live stream. And while I don't want to get in the habit of that, I really do like our dynamic style. It tends to suit us. I think we get a lot of our best content out of it, especially for, when we start to dip into YouTube content. A lot of the stuff that we do is going to be great for things like shorts and, variety of videos. But there will be times, especially when we want to do some gaming or other showcases, I think there are going to be some good opportunities for us to have some pre-planned content, not scripted, but have a plan, have a guideline.
Yes, very much so.
Because, a character build in High Point, like, that would be when, someone's being onboarded, that would be the only thing that we're talking about, right? There wouldn't be the types of tangents that we have, because the conversation would just be them building their character with me, right? And to represent that, to really get that, we will have to be a little bit more structured and not go off on things that wouldn't be directly related to what I would talk to, a new player about. So
fair.
Kind of give you guys some insights on what we're doing here, and why we're changing things up. But that's kind of the nature of what we're doing right now, is we're trying to just kind of go with the flow, kind of see what works, and we want to make good content. We want to make the best content for you guys. Every month we're learning something new. We're learning a little bit more about what we want to present and what you guys like. So we're trying to make those adjustments in order to not just appease everybody, but again, we want to be good. We want you guys to enjoy it. And long term, we have some plans for how we want to dish out the content on YouTube. So we're also keeping, some of those long-term plans in mind for us to be able to develop that. So, it's a lot of moving parts, but again, we're enjoying it. You guys seem to be enjoying it. We're growing pretty steadily. I mean, we're still having that good, steady growth.
So close to that 3.
Yeah, it's
so close to
it
that
says
3.
we're at 49 followers, and we just checked it right before stream. Our concurrent average viewers is at 2.92.
Goodness.
Like, I think we are literally just 2 or 3 streams away with having 3 or 4 viewers, like, that it will just cap it. It'll hit. I think the problem is like, if I'm doing any kind of like weekend stream, I think that's keeping like us just on that side, because sometimes my weekend streams will get a couple views and sometimes they won't.
Why do I feel like we're gonna hit our mark on our 100th episode? Like
that, I would not necessarily be upset about that.
I feel like we're getting so close, because we're like teetering. We're just
we're
right
what, 5 weeks
there.
I mean, it's 90th, so yeah, we only got 10 more episodes.
Imagine if we're 1 subscriber short. And we have the concurrent viewership. We're just 1 subscriber short.
Like 1 follower on that day.
And on that day, we get
honestly, if we don't get 1 follower between now and the 100th episode, I think that we would have fallen off by then, because we've been getting consistently basically like 1 follower a week.
Almost.
So honestly, I'd be kind of upset if we go the next 5 weeks or the next 4 or 5 weeks without a follower, man. I wouldn't really necessarily want that.
Goodness.
Well, we're looking forward to it, Cosmic. We are definitely looking forward to finishing that set, because you've definitely already given us a couple of those scales, and we want the entire set. I want to see the entire set as is, because then we'll be able to really judge it on its compatibility. Because that's the other thing, right? It's one thing to look at them individually and be like, yeah, I can see how useful that would be, but once we really have a couple of them, seeing how they synergize, that's going to be the biggest deal.
Because they're all supposed to have them by the time they go up to this BBEG.
Well, and that's what I want to see. It's one thing to see them each get it, because obviously they're going to get it at different times, right? And it's going to be at a time they need it the most. So it makes sense that each item needs to somewhat be standalone in its moment of need, right? In its moment of activation, it does need to have that. It may be by itself. But what I'm really hoping for is to truly see, almost just like I was about to date myself here and just do a really old reference. But, I want to see just it all come together. I want to see the idea, not just of how each one is powerful, but when you get to the BBEG fight, when we see like 3 or 4 of these side by side, I want to start imagining, okay, I see what order these should go in, or I see this is the scenario when these 2 would trigger, right? Like, I want to see how they work together, and I'm hoping that it doesn't just come out to be great individual items that are great individually.
Right,
you know what I mean? I really want to. I was gonna. The thing I was gonna say to date myself is I almost want this to be like a Voltron moment, where it's like individually they're great, but when the time comes, I need to see them all come together. Into the thing that needs not needs to be done, right? You don't want a moment. I don't think like it deserves to be a moment where it's like the Ghostbuster moment where you have to cross the streams. But I just want to know that option is like, that is the power move, is bringing it 2 or 3 of these together, feeding off of each other and
Right.
win and making the moment tip, right? And I don't. It's so hard to predict if we're going to be able to see that with just seeing one or two of them, right? We really got to get, because there's supposed to be 5, 6.
Yes, I think at least
Supposed-
5.
I think it's
At
it's
least
5 or
five.
6. I think he said that he was planning for. So, yeah, I'm really curious, but I think we're gonna have to get at least half of them or more before we can really see an understanding of synergy.
That's fair.
There are 6. There are 6.
6 total. Legit.
And because, again, also, thanks for reminding me, Cosmic, because we have defensive, offensive, and then that one, like, misc supportive.
Oh, yeah.
So, again, I want to see... I love the idea behind dividing it up, but I want to see how those stack, right? Like even if it was simple as one's a shield and one's a polearm, and abstractly the powers coincide. Like when an enemy successfully dodges an attack, you can get a free opportunity attack on that target, right? Because that would be kind of cool synergy, where if being able to synergize with someone who has a polearm and a shield, that's kind of what you would expect, right? Them to back up each other. But adding an ability to where, anytime the person with the shield activates their ability, the polearm gets a free opportunity attack against that opponent, makes somewhat sense. But
Yeah.
we haven't really seen that. But again, it's one of those that's a little bit more on the nose. That's more direct. I'm just hoping to see that, oh, hey, if this ability was activated and then this one activated its ability, look what they would do together. That's what I'm hoping to see. Not so much they need to say these will work together, but I want to see it for us. I want us to come to those conclusions and understand, like, if you had that item and I had this item, how would those benefit each other, or are we just kind of on our own island? That's what I'm most excited for.
Fair.
Still working on the items lores. The God of Scales version is technically a replica of another god's weapon from a different plane. Interesting. So I'm working on the items lore.
It will be
The
crazy
God of
lore.
Scale version is technically a replica. So did the goddess intend them to be a replica, or...
Does that mean that all of them are, or just some of them?
I'm not really sure. He says on the items lore, because he says that as the God of Scale version... Oh, just the one.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay. Trying to understand. Yeah, I was like, oh, that would be very interesting if they were all like, because then I'm like, wait, did they only get created because the person that killed her? Well, no, because the party's supposed to technically kill her, I guess, because you're supposed to free her and then she dies from being freed. Man, that lore is like, there's so many layers to that lore. But then I was like, my mind went to like, because the BBEG is technically from a different place, like, was it from his location that the items are from? Like, that's really interesting. So yeah, we'll have to figure that one out. All right. So I guess to start off today, because I'm great at transitions like that. This is why YouTube's going to be great, right? Like that's why I don't really mind too much about what we do here, is because this is the content generation. This is for fun. This is just casual, live with the audience. But I don't need to have good transitions on YouTube, because you just cut out all the individuals, and then whenever the conversation starts, the YouTube video starts. Yeah, see, it's fine. I don't need to be good at transitions, chat.
Let's go.
I just need to be good at editing, which I'm not.
Yet.
But to start us out, so I guess we should just start out. What do you know? I guess let's start out with, what is your definition, your concept when you hear multiclassing? Like, what do you know about multiclassing, or what would you define multiclassing in terms of?
I mean, right now, like, though my foundation is with you in second edition, I got the depth of knowledge that I did from when I started DMing, because then I had to put my hands in all the pots. And so a lot of my source knowledge is from 5th edition when it comes to the mindset of multiclassing. And the biggest idea that it is you got a class, I'm leveling up in it. Well, this time I'm going to level up in this class instead.
Right. That's simultaneous. You basically have two or more classes, same time, both walking with each other.
Exactly.
And before today, because I don't think I've ever exposed you guys to this in High Point, because it's not something that, well, put a pin in that. We'll get to that. It is something that exists in High Point inadvertently for a different reason, and we'll get into the fun thing about that in a minute. But I don't think you've ever really been exposed to dual classing before today's topic.
So I had heard it being brought up before, but my understanding of it was very different. And I don't know if it was just because I had heard it from it not only from short conversations that you and I have had, but like some people in some discords that I've been in have talked about wanting to dual class, trying to convince a DM to let them dual class or something like that. But the way they described it was you have two classes, and every time you level up in both of those classes.
Okay, so they level up equally as individual classes, but you ride them together.
Yes.
Which is interesting because I don't think I've ever heard. I mean, I can understand why people would assume dual class is that, and I'm assuming that there might be a supplemental out there of a high level gameplay supplemental that may have that, but that is not a version of dual classing.
It just seems crazy powerful, and I'm like, that have to be its own like game style.
And that's really what it sounds like. Is it sounds like it's just more of a robust gameplay where it's almost like I would basically also like for that gameplay, you might as well also say when you roll stats, add 3 to all your stats. Especially if you're doing like, the 3d6, option where that way you're basically a beefy character to go along with the beefy stats. Because otherwise it's like you're so powerful, but yet you're a weakling. Like,
you're right. Yeah, you're a wizard, Harry.
Yeah. So it is very interesting. And I'm pretty sure that you've also just, thought of triple classing or tri-classing before, whether you've thought of it or heard of it being talked about.
Again, the only, I would have qualified that under just extended multiclassing.
It is. Triple classing is not its own thing, but most people think of multiclassing as choosing 2. Most people don't think about taking a third class, and there are reasons for that we'll get into today. But I just wasn't sure if you were familiar or had any experience with people taking 3 classes.
There was I again a lot of TikToks of people doing like min-max builds, and you need to take like 3, sometimes even 4 classes and stuff like that to do these things. Like there was this a YouTube series that I went on where you basically make all your favorite Marvel characters, or you make Darth Vader, or you can make Spider-Man, or whatever the case may be. And like these are how you build these characters in 5th edition from level 1 all the way up to level 20 type deals, and it gives you the feel of actually creating this character with whatever standard rules that they have.
Right.
So that's as close as I've gotten to that.
Oh, you said dual classing. I was thinking multi-subclassing. Interesting, like being a divination wizard, then going into enchantment next level up. That would be an interesting way of doing dual classing too.
I would be curious.
That would be very complicated though with dealing with changing of subclasses like that, but we'll definitely get into that conversation as we get more into what we're talking about in terms of where basically what happened to dual classing and why tri-classing really isn't a thing anymore. We'll kind of be getting into that. There are legitimate reasons why it's happening, but apparently one of Cosmic's characters is tri-class. So
okay,
interesting.
Very nice.
So we have a warlock, ranger, cleric.
Warlock, ranger, cleric. Warlock, see, that's a charisma caster, that's a wisdom caster, and I think rangers are wisdom, kind of like druids.
Yeah.
So, but they're half casters, so it's gonna be kind of weird. But that's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a very unique build set right there. But yeah, okay. So that's your knowledge, and for the most part, my knowledge was the same for many years. I've been introduced to dual classing because it is a much older mechanic. So I had been introduced to that many years ago. It's been a while since I've talked about it, so it was nice to get kind of a refresher. And what's interesting is what basically dual classing, what dual classing really did for High Point inadvertently. So yeah, it's going to be kind of fun when we talk about that. But okay, so let's kind of just dive into this, and we'll see where we go. We'll start with just kind of a general history of multiclassing. Pick trickery cleric, specifically for illusion-based spells to help out in the Storm the Stronghold. Interesting. That's kind of a cool kind of quest line, Storm the Stronghold. Illusionary spells are always fun. I don't think they get enough love. I think too many people think that they're, I don't want to say useless, but not enough beneficial.
Yeah, they're. I feel like a lot of the ways the illusionary spells are written in 5th edition don't lend them to being used well in combat.
Yeah.
But I feel like illusionary spells are very versatile, including being in combat. And
to be honest, I think that's... I want to blame 5th edition, just by the way they write it and everything, but at the same time, it's not just 5th edition. I think a lot of that's how people run encounters. Encounters, in my personal opinion, most encounters are very dry, very straightforward, and very mechanical.
But I do...
And it really sucks when you just go, this thing does this, and no one really extrapolates in context what that means. Again, raw without lore.
which is again one of the things where it's like, that's kind of how, you know, if you just take what the rules as written gives you, if you just take the raw, if you just hold on to it and you just do whatever, it's not going to feel like anything. And that so unless the person is literally building their own creativity into it, which is hard sometimes, especially if you're just like, say if you're just running a module and all you know is what's written on the paper, and so you give them the things, and it's hard to do all of that. So I definitely get why they don't feel as thrilling as they could.
Like one of the examples that I would give is, you typically have casters in the back, right? They're the glass cannons. But one of my biggest issues with how most combats run, the reason why I say it's dry, it's mechanical, is in the sense that if you think about a movie scene, or you think about how combat works, you think about just how a fight would work in real life. Like, you think about, again, expanding context into the raw, right? Into the rules as written. And unless somebody would, like, most encounters, the way I have an issue with it is, once initiative is rolled, everybody's in battle, everybody's an active target, and everybody knows where everybody is, right? It's a battlefield. It's mechanical. Everyone knows where all the enemies are, but context. If you're a wizard who have illusionary spells and you have 2 guys with weapons, like on your team, and another guy, with a bow, and they're up in front in people's faces causing a lot of, like, havoc, why would the random guy over there across the bar run all the way across the bar to you who hasn't even moved? Who hasn't, like, you're in initiative, you are part of the team, but you're a wizard, a guy, like, as far as anyone's truly concerned, just because you're in initiative, you didn't roll initiative in person. Your buddies got up and punched somebody else. You're sitting there as a wizard, they got up and punched somebody. In anything you would see, in movies, in TV, in real life, the fight would be centered on the people who started it. You know what I mean? The guy who pulled the weapon, the guy who threw the punch, everybody would be focused on them, and the wizard would literally be able to just chill in the background and should be able to hurl spells all day long until he gets someone's attention. But that's not what you see in combat. What do you see in combat? Everyone goes for the weakest opponent. If the wizard's not being defended, or if they're within striking range, an enemy is just, the DM's just going to be like, oh, well, you're an enemy, you're on the battlefield, and you're within striking range. Therefore, I'm going to kill you. But my question is why? I mean, I get it. It's combat, like, they're an enemy, but context. Is the wizard literally a target right now just because they're in combat? Like, DMs can do that thing where they can add people to combat later. They can add enemies that you didn't previously see to initiative, even though they've already rolled them, right? You don't have... Right. If the DM can do that, but they don't give you that same option unless you're hiding in shadows. The moment initiative starts, that video game concept that every enemy is immediately aware of who's on your... Why don't enemies ever attack NPCs? In a bar fight, why does no NPCs ever get attacked? How do they know, until you throw a punch, how do they know that you're the enemy? That's my problem. You know what I mean? Guards get called from another room. 5 guards come busting through a closed door, draw swords, and they all point at me? Now, granted, if I'm literally standing over, a beat-up guard, yeah.
For sure.
But if literally someone screamed, like, it's a regular bar scene, and I said something vulgar and someone screamed, and then guards rush in from a closed door, and they all surround me, why? Literally, you're telling me that in the 3.5 seconds they busted in that door, everyone in the room pointed at me? Like, that's the problem I have with that dry, flat mechanic of combat, where combat is designed for everyone to do their powers. That's where this is why I don't like the term flavor context or flavor,
Flavor
anything.
text, yeah.
Because flavor text indicates to me that it doesn't matter. The words, what actually happens don't matter because mechanically it would do the same, but it wouldn't. Like in this particular case, an illusionary spellcaster, unless they gain the attention by doing a giant spell right in your face, if they're just chilling in the back and all the attention's on the fight, I don't see why they couldn't freely cast without fear of being caught. I don't see why they couldn't just act like an NPC and move to the crowd that's cowering in the corner to better hide. Like, why don't we act that out? Why doesn't a wizard in a public space hide in the crowd and then cast magic from the hidden position and never be known as the glass cannon? You're literally just hurling magic from an unknown location, but DMs would not do that. A standard DM would still target you, not the NPCs that you're hiding around. They would target you because you're an initiative. And those are those things where when I talk about like raw with lore, like why I keep bringing this back up is that those are things that I add in. When I talk about adding a narrative element, whether it's letting the character or the player kind of take some initiative and do something, or when I do something that's not quite what the book intends, like even though the raw says this, I go one step further because again, the raw says that he's inflicted with this condition, but I'm also thinking, what would that do to somebody with that condition? Just because the spell doesn't say he'll run away, maybe I have things going on in that guy's life, right? Maybe he was already not down for this fight and you gave him a reason to run. Are you going to be mad because I made the guy run? Because I decided narratively he would run? No. But you'd be super mad if the spell didn't go off exactly like you intended, right? But you won't be mad if it does anything extra. And that's my thing is like when we lose that context, it almost makes that, we also start to look at the narrative as not mattering. Like the narrative doesn't matter, only the facts. It doesn't matter who I talk to, it only matters what they said.
Right.
That does not happen you've known this. That does not happen in High Point.
Very much
It is not just the facts you heard. It definitely matters who you talk to, how you talk to them. You know what I mean? Like that shit I like to take into account because those are the things that I feel make the game more tangible to players and more representative of what the characters are doing and not just the what's on paper.
Right.
And I don't know, it's very hard to represent like that without direct examples, and we'll get into that as we do more High Point gaming. But that's why the old idea behind why we say beyond the book. It's not about creating and homebrewing and changing what is, but it's adding that context to what it's trying to get across, right? Like this will be my last part of the tangent, then we'll get back into the history. But one of the more recent memes that I saw on TikTok was how basically all D&D spells are basically jokes.
Oh, spell components.
Yeah, spell components are literal jokes.
I saw that.
And
they're like dad jokes. They're like
and I actually thought about this because I thought about doing like a D&D version of a low magic setting where you literally take it not for what it says and extrapolate, but take it for what it is. Like breathing underwater is a reed, so you're not going to be able to go very deep. So that's it. You can breathe underwater. No one else knows how you do it. So you are magical, but it's knowledge, not power, right? And knowledge.
Right.
So it's one of those things where it's like extrapolating from that idea. We overlook that because we think it doesn't matter. But in reality, if you think about it like that a reed to breathe underwater makes perfect sense, but we ignore it because I just have the spell component. Why do I need to know what it is? Why does it matter what it is? I just have it. And that's where I feel like we lose some of that like fun and some of that creativity and that ability to utilize it because we just look at it as facts and figures. We just know it hits somebody, it does damage. Why does it matter what it looked like? And it's like, because that says so much about what's going on and what you can do with it. If you're only playing what's on paper, why even bother telling a story? Why don't I just say you have 3 enemies? Like, why do we not just say there's 3 enemies, roll dice? Why even bother having a story, having a dialogue? Why'd you even give me a backstory? I could just say none of that matters. You're a fighter at level 1. I don't give a fuck about your backstory. You're a fighter at level 1 with 20 hit points.
Just do like level 1 fighter shit.
You know what I mean? Like if you try to apply what we do in some areas of D&D to everything, it kind of breaks the game. And I'm not trying to say like that's bad. It's just like, this is why I like to look at those things and listen to people, right?
Yeah.
That's why I'll give bonuses to situations. That's why I look at the book as the bare minimum, right? If the book says you made a skill check and that means you succeeded, then by all means, I'm going to do what the book says and you'll succeed. But I choose to give you a varying level of success.
Right.
The idea of, that's why I say, like, you make a skill check, you have to go closest without going over. But the closer you get, the more I realize you're going to be a better success, right? There's going to be more abundance of that success. And that's just, I feel like that's more natural and that's more realistic than just a pass-fail. Just, it says it's a yes or no on the book, so why are we bothering with anything else? It's like, because that's not how life is.
Very much so.
You don't do just pass-fail in life. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I've been just chatting away. We have so much going on here. What is going on? NB Wolfkira, what is up? Thank you so much for joining us. Love the thought process. I don't even remember what thought process I was on, but I'm glad you liked it. Thank you so much. So the Trickery God is a fathomless entity. Okay, so that's more about the Vault character. That's more about his triple classing character. The wizard is sitting at the bar casting spells secretly. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, we don't think about... We say that it should be obvious, but again, without context, just because there's a semantical component, right? Like we were talking about this. I don't know if you guys follow video games, but if you guys have followed DBD, Dead by Daylight, they just the newest season, they launched a D&D, like Dungeons and Dragons partnership. So Dead by Daylight's a really fun asymmetrical game. It's one killer, 4 survivors. It's a really cool, interesting game, and they do licensing with a lot of different just brands. And they have like John Wick is on there.
I didn't know that.
No, I'm sorry, not John Wick. Not John Wick. The other guy. There's another one from a video game. He's a writer. Alan Wake. Sorry, not John Wick. Like, Alan Wake's in there.
Okay.
Not Keanu Reeves. Nicolas Cage.
Okay.
Not any of his characters, but Nicolas Cage is in the game. They just add Nicolas Cage.
Just the dude, Nicolas.
Because why not? You just add Nicolas Cage. But you have, like, Ghostface from Scream. You have Aliens.
Facts.
You have the alien from Aliens in there. You have Chucky. So they just finally did a partnership with D&D, and the monster, the newest monster, is Vecna, the amazing, great and powerful
Uber
lich. The Uber Lich, the Lich of all liches. So Vecna's the new one in there, right? And what I really love is how they represent magic. That's the reason why I'm going for this, is because Vecna can do magic. It's the first time they've really added, like, true magic in the game. And it's really fun to watch the spells, because, like, one of the spells that they do is essentially like an orb of detection. They can just, like, send an orb across the battlefield, and it'll just make anyone else visible no matter where they are on the map, right? But when they do it, like, you charge it up, and before, like, you launch it, you can, like, hold it down and, like, aim it first. And he, like, pulls his hands up and does this, like, cool little thing, and then you see, like, this little bright light in between his fingers, and an orb being held in front of him, and then he'll just do this and do that, and then it'll launch, right? And it's one of those things where when we talk about, like, semantical components, I think a lot of people think of the big, Naruto, everything's happening kind of movements, because we think semantical component as in multiples. But sometimes that semantical component can just be a hand gesture. It doesn't necessarily have to be, like Full Metal Alchemist, style, like drawing and doing all of this stuff. And those are the kind of things, again, context. Adding context to Ra. Just because it has a material component and a semantical component, what does that mean? Because as a verbal component, are we talking about, are you literally there mumbling to yourself in another language? Is it a command word? Is it a phrase? Is it a rhyme? Like, how you represent these things could fundamentally change how someone uses them, right?
Very much so.
Even though the book says you are going to cast XYZ spell, and I'm going to say XYZ spell has XYZ effect at bare minimum. That's what you were casting. But if we have workshopped how magic works, if you have workshopped that this particular low-level spell only requires a couple words, and you don't have to shout them, and it has one single thing, if you tell me, well, I only have to see my opponent, so I'm going to go crouch in the corner and then just look behind my shoulder like I'm afraid, and then whisper my spell, like, okay, he doesn't see you. It's problem solved. But that matters with context. You won't get there if you say, well, I cast this spell. Who fucking cares? It has a semantical component.
He saw the thing.
Like, it's too easy to say, well, then he sees you. You have a semantical component. Obviously, he sees you. But if you know how the semantical component works, if you've contextualized it, I don't want to say you can abuse it, but again, it's what do you call it? Loopholes. I just look at it as those are the things that tell me, instead of me just saying, I hit you. I use my sword and I hit you.
Right.
That's boring. But if you tell me I go for his knee and you get a crit, he doesn't have a fucking working leg anymore. Like, there's a big difference between you hit him with a crit and do 40 points of damage and you literally maim him. Like, those are the things in High Point that matter, right? Like, you've seen that. Like, I take what you guys say into context because context matters. You are going to hit, you're going to roll your damage, and that's how much damage you're going to do. But with context, look how much more could happen. I could maim him. You could disable his armor. You could disarm him. You could break a weapon. Or you could fail. You could fall over because of something that you said. You could say, I'm going to do something really tricky and like sidestep him and fake him and then get behind him. And if you fail, I'm going to make you trip. Or he's going to get a free swing, right? Even though the book doesn't have a rule for that, but it's context. It's what would happen. And in my opinion, I would much rather have both pros and cons come out of context than basically be told you can say whatever you want, but this is actually what happens. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
The idea behind mechanics are what matter and flavor text doesn't. If I'm told that, then I will never give you flavor text. Why should I add to the narrative if it literally only matters? Like, it's not fun for me to add fakeness to a narrative. You know what I mean? It's not fun for me to, like, it's basically like
adding irrelevance. Yeah.
Or to me, it's like fan fiction. You can watch a show and we could sit there and fanfic about it, but that doesn't change what's actually happening in the show. Yeah. I want what we say. Like, that's the difference between you and I fanficking versus going online and publicly talking about it and having the writers go, I like that idea, and implementing it, right?
Right.
That's a huge difference to me. And for me, that's what gets me going with D&D, is when I feel like I'm part of it, and not just part of it, but like, again, adding to it, evolving it. So yeah, just one of the examples. But yeah, MB Wolf, glad you like that. Let's see. Here's the fun part with Volk. Oh yeah, so Volk's the Aarakocra. And sorcerer with subtle spell, meta magic. I mean, it's a fit. I mean, it's a lot of extra work to go with like meta magic with subtle spell just to be able to hide that. Like, that's one way of doing it, but that doesn't necessarily work with everybody's build, right? And again, a situation where working with the narrative to have a mage in the background, kind of not being the target, not being the focus, just because he's there, I think says a lot more than a mage who's gone out of their way to learn how no one to see it, for no one to see that, right? Because again, people around you might know what's going on, but the enemy doesn't. That's different than you having this mindset that no one can know what's happening, right? So I definitely think that while subtle spell is a way around it, the idea of just knowing how contextually your magic works and how to be subtle about it. And again, the DM understanding that if you're doing it, you're not, just because you're an initiative doesn't mean every enemy recognizes you, right?
Exactly.
That's kind of what I'm getting for, is like subtle spell has its own approach and its own purpose, but utilizing the context of your character, right, is, in my opinion, a lot more important.
I feel like it's just in general more powerful.
Exactly.
Because you have the ability to do so much more with so much more variety when you recognize what's there. When you're looking at being a sorcerer with meta magic, you got these 5 options, right? Just like we were talking about with being a fighter and I'm going to go smack you versus saying I'm going to go take out your knees, right? Even using your meta magic as a sorcerer, you could probably find way more creative ways, way more, realistic ways for you to do these certain things in a whole lot of different scenarios. So no matter what you're doing, no matter what class you are, what features you have, there's definitely a difference between playing your features and playing a character.
Right. Yeah. And again, I always just look at it from the narrative point of view. I think it can add more to the narrative when it's not, again, the mechanicalness of, well, this is what my character can do, so that's what he's doing, right? It's using the narrative. It's kind of like when you're in combat and using the environment. Pushing someone over a table to make them go prone instead of having the ability to grapple them and make them go prone, right? Like, I can use my attack to kick the guy, and contextually, there's a chair behind him. He's going to have to make a dex check or fall, right? Like, that's context versus having to say my character has this feat that allows me to knock a player prone. I don't want to bog down my character sheet, and I don't want to bog down an entire aspect of my character just for this once in a while ability when contextually in this moment is when I want to do it. I don't want to do it every time. It's not a cornerstone of my character, but it's how I want to work right here, right now. And I think that's what we were getting at is like subtle spell is great if that's the character build.
Right.
But that may not be what you want to do. You may be normally an outbound, wizard, but in this particular moment, your buddy started a bar fight that you want nothing to do with, but you also don't want them to die. So you're just going to kind of be like, I'm not getting involved, but Mage Hand, make him slip. Like, I'm not going to let you die, but... Or like, can you imagine Mage Hand? And you just like, when someone's like, they're fighting, they're getting into it, and the fight's about to break out. So Wizard just like, Mage Hand, go hold on to his sword handle. So the guy's like, you know what?
Especially if you're a rogue and your Mage Hand's invisible.
That's what I'm saying. But can you imagine that? Like using Mage Hand to just hold someone's sword in their sheath. So someone's like, I'm going to... And then they have to make a strength check to actually like unsheath their sword. Because it's not that would do anything. I would just make it a strength check for them to like fight against it. But how funny would that be that it would kind of, but in context, de-escalate the situation because they're trying to be this like, I'm gonna. It's like, who's afraid of you right now? Like contextually, that's embarrassing.
Very much so.
I would take that into context instead of just
your turn's only 6 seconds, right? Like that's adding a couple of seconds to you withdrawing your sword, man.
Right, and there's so much that could be done for the continuing of that narrative, right? And those are the things where it's like, yeah, context can be so much fun when approached correctly, but I will say this, it can also be pedantic. People can also get really like, you
caught up in the
it's
weeds.
like, oh, but you said it was gravel, and then that means it's going to be slippery, so if I don't have to push him that hard, and then he would slip, so shouldn't he have a disadvantage? And like, when you try to nitpick and abuse it in every possible way, obviously, it gets bogged down to, what was our newest follower the other day? Or not our newest, but Cat yes. Darkness brought up a good point last stream about... It's not, we always talk about giving more player agency and giving more action economy, but you also don't want to bog down the party economy of gameplay.
Yes,
you don't want to have someone taking too much time or having too many things to reference. So you also want to kind of clean it up, which is, again, another reason why I like contextual-based things. Things that are like one-offs because they work contextually, but don't have to be a standard mechanic or a standard rule. Right? They can just be decided upon in the moment because it's like, hey, I normally can't do this. Like, again, I'm a wizard. I don't have subtle spell. But couldn't I, based on the situation, hide the fact that I'm casting a spell right now? You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
It wouldn't be something that you could just do all the time. But if you can justify it in the moment, hell yeah. Like let's use that narrative. Let's use the environment more. I think...
I'm very much here for that.
Oh... So, absolutely. But yeah, all right. Let's get back to the...
Bringing it back.
Back to topic.
Bringing it back.
Let's go back to multiclassing. So, let's see. How do we want... We'll just kind of go through the notes that I have. It's not going to be perfectly organized. Like I said, I didn't have as much time this week. We kind of changed the topic last minute, so I didn't get all of my notes perfectly organized, but we're just going to kind of start. So, history of multiclassing. So, multiclassing has not necessarily been a cornerstone of D&D, but multiclassing has been here pretty much since the beginning. The idea that people could have multiple skill sets and that those multiple skill sets could build out different, character builds has always been an idea. So essentially way back in AD&D, so Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, first edition, we didn't have anything before that. So beforehand, before actual first edition, when it was just Dungeons & Dragons, and even before that with Chainmail, there wasn't even really a concept. It was so basic. It was just, you had a party,
this is what you
had a job. Let's just kind of, it was simplified, streamlined, or it wasn't even streamlined, it was simplified. It was just, we have a concept, let's roll with it. Once we got the official production, once this went out to mass public with the first edition, this is when they started having this idea of expanding your skill sets. So the original rules, there was pretty much no rule sets in terms of like, there wasn't a, here's how you multiclass, right? There wasn't like guidance. There wasn't a section for multiclassing, but it was available in the sense that in that first edition, your classes weren't as structured in terms of you didn't have as strict of boundaries. So you could play with what your character could do a little bit. So these were kind of like the foundations, right? You can have a fighter that might be able to do magic. Very, very little. But you weren't anything other than a fighter, but you had maybe a magic ability or two. Or you were, a ranger. I don't think they had ranger back then, but maybe, you were, a cleric that could pick locks for a skill set, right? It was one of those things where it wasn't broad categories of abilities. It was just you had a diverse set of skill sets. And this was the first time they really allowed fighters to sneak, or wizards to pick locks, or clerics to, actually do something. And then... Oh, actually, no, this is the problem with my notes. Sorry. That was all first edition. Sorry. So everything prior to that they were the strict classes, and all it was a blending of skill sets. So when it was just Dungeons and Dragons and in Chainmail, you could have a fighter that might know a spell, but it was always going to be a fighter. You could have a cleric that might be able to hide in shadows, but it was a skill set. It wasn't anything. First edition AD&D, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, first edition, came out and formalized multiclassing. That's when Sorry, I misspoke on my notes there. So everything before AD&D, everything before the official first edition, just had skill sets that you could look at and dive into, but it was very limited. AD&D gave us the first glimpse at multiclassing. In fact, they gave us two types. This is where we first get introduced to multiclassing and dual classing. So first edition was the first one to give us this. So multiclassing was at first a non-human ability. You couldn't do this as a human. So this
Interesting.
This was like elves, dwarves. This was second edition or early editions were wild when it came to alignment and racial limitations. Everything was based off of some limitation. There was not this idea that you could be anything, do anything. It was very, very strict. Which we've had some viewers, talk about that, especially the old veterans, where they'll be like, in my opinion, like, if you're, this race has to work like this, and that's because back in the day those restrictions were there because they were very boxed in, right? Like, we have a much more politically correct mindset about fantastic races.
And I don't know how true this is, but I feel like there might be an element of an attempt to balance, because like maybe certain racial features combined with certain class features would make something like tremendously, like, could be exploited, abused, or whatever very easily. So
I think it was less, personally, I think it was less that, because I don't think the ideas were there yet in terms of worrying about these crazy builds. I personally think because the earlier editions were so based off of mythos and real world lore, right?
Yeah.
When we thought about goblins, when you put a goblin in a game back then, we hadn't had games with goblins, right? So you went with, what are goblins? They're nasty, dirty, greedy little creatures. So when you put them in your game, when someone said goblin, you were like, oh, those nasty, dirty, greedy little creatures?
Guess we're killing them.
Right? But nowadays, you have like Baldur's Gate, where you have, obviously, they're still nasty, dirty little creatures, but they're smart, they're intelligent, they're conniving, they're still greedy.
Some of them are nice, some of them like planting gardens.
Exactly. Like, the idea is that we've broadened the idea of, yes, in general, you are most likely going to see that. And as a culture, as a population, you can expect their societies and you can expect their general decisions to be based off that. Like, just anybody. You can generalize a lot of people based on their background, their culture, and where they're from. But that's not going to identify them 100%. You're not going to tell me that, someone from this location is going to fit the same any other person from that location to a T, right? You can't do that.
Right.
And I think that was the idea, is we started to blend into this idea of, well, why do I always have to play goblins like this? I love the abilities that goblins have. I love all of the stuff, but I'm tired of playing it like this. I'm tired of doing this thing. I'm tired of being a goblin who only wants gold. I love the abilities. I love the stats, but can't I also want to just do more magic? Can't I also want to go and do a garden? Can't I want to build a castle?
Yes.
But the book says, no, you have to be greedy. And I'm totally fine with the idea that doesn't make any sense. Like, the idea that if you were a certain type of thing, you have to be exactly what it is. It's like, that made sense when there wasn't other examples. That made sense back in the day when this was one of the only 3, maybe 2 TTRPGs ever in existence, before games had goblins. Like, this was before we had computer games. This is before we had digital things that have represented these, right? So I believe a lot of it was just tradition. It was just, these were the influences. So let's use them, right? Like I say I use Dresden and Doctor Who as big references. So I take more or less directly from them and only modify them to fit my narrative and to fit, D&D. But otherwise, I leave them as they are. Why? Because then you know what I'm talking about. You know the reference. Just like back then, when they put a goblin in the game, you kind of knew what to expect. Why? Because back then, there was only one type of goblin. Nowadays, I could say a goblin, you could be like, well, are we talking about a World of Warcraft goblin? Are we talking about like a... like a Lord of the Rings goblin.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that's two different types of goblins right there. You know what I mean? Are we talking about Clash of Clans goblin? Like, are we talking about like Spider-Man goblin? Like Green Goblin?
Very different types of goblins.
Nasty, dirty, greedy, and little does not apply to stereotypical dwarf. I've never really looked at dwarves as being greedy. Yeah. Nasty in personality, more coarse, but not nasty. But I mean, a lot of people play them as nasty. Dirty, I 100% disagree. During a work day, that's just life. But I have never looked at the dwarven culture or the way they were represented as dirty, because I look at, they might be in the mines and covered in that, but I've never looked at them as never washing. Like, I'm assuming they love their beards.
I would say
I've always
they
imagined
clean up nicely, but
I'm just saying
the majority of the time when you see them, they might look like they just got off a day's work.
Because they probably did just get off a day's work.
Which is exactly
fair. In my opinion, if you love that beard so much, I guarantee almost every dwarf goes home to a nice hot bath.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Or a nice bath.
Gotta get that Garnier Fructis in there.
I'm just saying, they got some beeswax. There's no way that you have an entire culture around beards and you ain't got someone with beard oil.
They
and
love
beeswax.
their beards, man.
I'm just saying, you can't have that. And that's just me personally, but I don't think I've ever thought about dwarves as dirty outside of, like, a working man doesn't, like, a mechanic doesn't believe that they're dirty at the end of the day.
Like, I don't think a dwarf has fleas. I think a goblin might have fleas.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. A dwarf may have soot,
a lot of grease
dirt,
under your fingernails.
but that's just a day's work. But I do believe they go home
Different
and
kind
wash
of dirty.
up. I don't believe that they just go home and pick up the turkey leg with their nasty ass hands and just, lick their fingers off the dirt. Like, I believe they're hygienic and cleanly. But nasty. Yeah, nasty, coarse, however you want to talk about it. They're but I've also heard it presented this. This is one of my favorites about dwarves, is that, like, nasty coarseness, that, that, like, that rough edge to all of them is basically external, in the sense of that's how it sounds to everybody else, because that's just kind of how dwarves are. It's kind of like the military. That's just basically how most military guys just sound like assholes and sound like they treat each other like shit. But that's mainly because that's how we want y'all to think it is.
That's kind of fair.
Like, it's you know what I mean? Like,
that's
when it comes
fair,
down
actually.
to just you and me, we're cool. We get that we're cool. But all of you guys, you're fine thinking that we hate each other.
It's like there's an element of, like, talking shit that we do, and we know, like, what limits for each person they can take. But from the outside looking in, it looks like we're just nasty. People are just like, I don't want to fuck with that, and we're like, Good. We don't want you to fuck with that.
Yeah, nasty as in vulgar is definitely what I mean. Yeah, I don't know about... I personally don't know about dirty, but again, I think it's more of a mindset. Yes, they get dirty, but I don't think that they live dirty. I think that their mindset would be that they only get dirty for work.
Yeah.
But however you want to look at that. And greedy, I don't think I would ever pegged dwarf as greedy. Artisan.
I will say not greedy, maybe stingy.
No, and that's fine. I would look at it as eccentric in the sense of an artist, because I look at dwarves as very, very prideful, very arrogant of their skill sets. But it's dwarves aren't about, I need a mine for gold. I need a mine for gems. It's, I need a mine. I'm going to make that cave perfect. I'm going to carve this stone. I'm going to get that mineral. If there's, you remember the movie Men of Honor? With Cuba Gooding Jr. and Robert De Niro.
Yeah.
It's, remember, there was that, one of my favorite fucking lines from Robert De Niro in that movie is his monologue when he's just basically telling them what a Navy diver is.
Oh,
like, he's not a hero, he's a salvage expert. If it's sunk underwater, he brings it up. If it's in the way, he moves it. Like, I imagine that speech is basically how a dwarf looks at it. Is, if there's something in there, if there's an ore, I will retrieve it. If there's a mountain in my way, I will bore through it. If there's something underground, I will bring it up. Like, it's not so much about greed, it's about pride in saying there is no project
that's
I
the
can't
word.
handle.
Because I definitely feel like dwarves are very pride motivated. Like, I'm not going to sell you this for cheaper because it's super valuable. It's I will only pay what I think that item is worth.
Or I will only accept what I know this is worth.
Exactly. And
I won't be talked down to. Like, yeah, I
and
will
it's
upsell
like
it to you.
My mindset is higher than your mindset, kind of a deal. Not like necessarily disrespectfully, but it's like, listen,
Yeah.
this is how I live my life. This is what I'm gonna do. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I really don't. And goblins are like, they're like Schmeagol. Like, I just want that shit. I just want that shit.
Yeah. See, I think that the idea of dwarves loving gold and other rare materials, I personally think that's more of like, it's the stingy. They appreciate what they find. They like the gems, but I don't think it's the value, and it's not the gold and the gems. That is the representation of their work. It's a trophy.
It's the value, either that or it's like, yo, I do want these things, but it's so I can make cool shit. Like, I need this. This is
It's
like
artisan. Again,
this is what I need for my work.
Yeah, it's more like, I think they look at it as a way that a sculptor looks at marble. We know marble is expensive. To get a marble like countertop is expensive, but the way I value marble in terms of expense is not the way a sculptor values marble.
Which is why I think,
and that's the difference, right? I look at marble as a statement of wealth. A sculptor looks at it as, no, this is precious and I adore this material because of what I can bring out of it. And I think that's what I would imagine a dwarf has.
Very
it's
much
not
so.
because I've never looked at them as like accumulative of wealth, but it's I have the rarest items. I found them. I can dig them out. I can craft.
Their wealth is a byproduct, not the goal.
And I think a lot of it too comes down to, when you look at their lore, a lot of them aren't just diggers, but they are artisans and crafters, as in, usually it's dwarves that can craft the highest metal contents, right? Like, dwarves are usually the ones that can work with platinum. Dwarves are the ones that can work and carve gems at the highest of values, right? Like the most rarest of gems. So I think it's in tandem, right? It's the idea that they can get to and find the rarest, but they're also prideful of being able to work with the rarest. So
and have the best
it's
work.
Stingy of, I'm not going to sell it to anybody because I need to know that you understand this value. Not that you need to pay me enough. I need to know that you won't just not give it. Like, it's a pride thing. It's I need to know this is going into the good
And I also
hands.
feel like they're very competitive too. So if anybody
Exactly.
is like, oh, I could do some shit better than you, be like, bet.
Correct. Yeah.
Like, let's
And-
fucking go.
And so it's like, yeah, prideful. I would definitely say arrogant. I personally don't know if I've ever seen them represented that way. And again, this is also 100% based off of whatever lore, mythos, and
Yes.
and any other influences you have, right? Like, I have my things that have taught me about dwarves, but there are so many versions of them. Like, who knows? There could be
Very
an
true.
extremely greedy mythos out there of dwarves that I've just never heard about, where it's like they are literally just,
Basically,
like just
little
money grubbing. Yeah,
Yes.
I don't know that is very true. I've just never seen it that way. So I've always represented them as just being prideful, arrogant artisans who just believe that no one can match their craft, and therefore they just hold themselves to that higher esteem. But Cosmic did have another question. So what about the point of view of an elf? Yeah, from the point of view of an elf, dwarves are basically goblins. Maybe even worse.
I mean, yes, but I would say humans almost fall into that category according to elves,
I
right?
mean, I think the difference is, like, humans are like ants. They're there, but like a dwarf is like the dirt. Yeah, I mean, they're the ants, whatever. But dwarves, like, that's like the maggots in the dirt. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've always looked at it as elves look at humans just literally like they look over them, as if like
you don't
we're
matter.
cattle, essentially. We're things that live and die around them. Like, again, we don't worry about ants. We don't worry about flies. They're around, right? They're pests once in a while, but otherwise they're gonna live and die. What do I care?
Mm-hmm.
I've always looked at elves. I've always treated elves like that, where unless you're encroaching, unless you're infesting, unless you're doing something that I can't abhor, like infecting my tree, infecting my ground, coming into my home, then I'm gonna have a problem with you. But otherwise, if I'm just out and about and I run into an ant, I'm gonna ignore it, right? I imagine that's how an elf feels about humans. Humans are just out and about. They're just bugs that live and die, and unless they're
Bothering me.
beneficial or bothering you, I don't pay any mind to them. But dwarves, like dwarves are like, mosquitoes. Like, why should they even exist? Like, why do we even allow them to exist? Because, I mean, really, they're just pests.
So do you think they would go out of their way to swat one?
Elves are typically more passive in the sense of it's beneath them to do that unless it's necessary. So it's easier for them to just talk down and,
So more verbally swatting at them.
Yeah.
Rather than physically.
Yeah, they're the ones that'll hold the door open and do everything to tell the fly to leave instead of actually just get the swatter out and kill it.
That's funny. That's funny.
But there are definitely the ones that will just be like, just burn it with fire and move on. But I've always, most of the time elves are just, it's that pompousness of like, I could, but why would I even waste my time? Like,
right.
Like you should just know that you shouldn't exist. Know that you are the least of all of the living creatures. Like, you know what I mean? Like they almost want you to live knowing that just because it's worse in their mind than
you are a dung
beetle. I feel like that would depend on the point of view of an elf. Elf who lives in the woods might not see them the same as an elf who lives in a castle. That's actually true. I mean, of course. And again, this is a good idea of raw with context, right? Mm-hmm. Is trying to speak, broadly. Obviously, there's no broad way to say all elves would see it that way, but I always, trying to answer these in the sense of like what you expect.
The most generalistic.
The generalized expectations. But that is a good point in terms of adding context in, depending on where you're at. You know what I mean? That's what I would do in High Point. Like, It really depends. I mean,
to be honest, the stereotypical version of an elf that I think of, even though a lot more of the time they're depicted as wood elves, I feel like attitude-wise that I would put them closer to high elves.
And I think that's what most people do. I think most people, when they represent the general idea of an elf, they default to the high elf attitude and mindset. Whereas contextually speaking, like, yes, that is the creme de la creme of the elven society, but it isn't the most majority. Typically, it's not what you see the most, but most people default to that mindset.
Did you ever see that weird... it was like I feel like it was a mini series. Maybe it was just a movie, but it was on Netflix for a while. It had Will Smith in it, and it was called Bright. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah. No, it was a movie, and I'm really surprised they never sequeled that. But yeah, it was basically basically D&D world but modernized. Like what would happen if
lightweight
magic was modern.
They had magic.
I totally remember that movie. That was a dope movie.
It was not bad. It was not bad at all. But
no, it was supposed to become a TV show. The sequel was supposed to be. I don't know if they ever made it, but that's what was supposed to happen. Is it was a movie, and then they were supposed to continue with a sequel.
But if you remember in that show, like fairies, or a lot of the lower species were just like out in the slums and stuff, and you had to go through a couple of walls to get to the inner city.
And then the inner city was all of the high
elves, and they were just like these fancy, like weird, and you think about it in like our society, like human society, it's all the 1% people, people that are just think they're above everybody else, and you're just I totally see that.
Had a thought of elves seeing humans like animals, cute dog or a walking horse. Never, and that works too. Yeah, I've again in High Point, it's obviously contextual in terms of where you are and what you are. But in general, like most elves, I look at it as it's not even a ego thing, it's a life thing. You live so long. If you live, the minimum elf life is 200 years. That's your average life for an elf, even at a young age of death, is 200 years. How many? Like if you stuck with a family, how many of them are you gonna? 3 of them? You're probably gonna see at least 3 generations die.
Which is weird because
so if you live to 1,000,
dwarves are the closest to them in lifespan.
Yeah.
So you would think they would have some sort of better relation because they get to hang out for longer.
Exactly, they do though. Those pests stay around longer. They have to deal with them longer. But you know what I mean? Like that's why I imagine for elves, it's just like humans live such not chaotic but such sporadic, fast lives. It's just one of those things where for elves, I've always looked at it as it's keeping up with the generation of humans. It's just like they'll be dead soon. And we'll move on, and there'll be another one, right? Like, again, how you think of animals, right? You see birds in the neighborhood and that you've lived in for years, and no one ever wants to think about it, no one ever wants to talk about it, but think about how long the average bird life is. Like,
right.
How many times have you seen birds mating? How many times have you seen new birds around? And then do you still ever think about, well, where were the original birds I first saw? Like, how long ago did those birds die off? But do you ever personally make connections? I mean, you might have one bird you feed every day. You might have a bird that comes into your backyard. But in the end of the day, 4 years from now, when you sell that house, are you gonna? You might be like, oh, I remember that bird I used to feed. But that is not a significant part of your life. And for elves, I look at it the same way. It's not you're lesser than me, so I'm not going to give you thought. It's just more of you're there. I have to deal with you once in a while. I'll feed you, I'll deal with you. I'll go to the market. But you as an individual, you're just a thing that's here now and will be gone tomorrow. You aren't anything to me. The whole race is just something that is in my life, but not of my life. And that's how I run my elves, is like, you have elves that grew up in societies which are a lot more interactive, a lot more like have more interpersonal relationships. But I look at the elves that are typically sequestered, the elves that live like deep in the forests or in those higher societies, or just in general isolated. Humans just are too fleeting for them to bother.
And that's fair.
And that's just how I adjust it in terms of the generalized high point. Of course, everything adjusts, but same thing with the dwarves. I just look at dwarves; they isolate themselves because no one can match their prowess. So why bother? Why bother even? It's almost like, you think that we're so good, you could just learn from us, but like, why would we even bother trying? You can't. Like, it's that mindset of we won't even try to teach you because we know you can't.
Right.
So it's a lot more about isolationism. Oi Lepa, how's it going? Good morning. Hope you are doing well. All right. But yeah, interesting conversations. I appreciate you guys for bringing that up. That's the kind of content I really actually do enjoy. So,
right.
I mean, I love that we have the content. It's good to have our main points that we're going through. But like
but it does
really
expound on the point. Yeah.
I not only does it just like give us more to talk about more in terms of like exploring high point and all of our different points of view, but it's also just great thinking about like that's gonna be a short someday. That whole little thing, that's going to just be its own little video.
Right.
Like, I'm looking forward to, going back to these episodes and just being like, that 5 minutes right there.
Take it.
That's a whole section. But yes. Okay. So going back. So first edition, going back, gave us both multiclassing and dual classing. So what does that mean? Because before that, it was just you were your class and you might be able to dabble in some skills, but that was it. So multiclassing, first edition, was available to non-human characters. That's where we started the big tangent, was because we were talking about how different the separations were and the limitations of each race was. But in first edition, as stated, the multiclassing character was basically a progression like we know it today. It's a progression of simultaneously two classes, but dividing the experience. So you get 100 experience, and then you divided it up. Now, I didn't have time to research this, because one thing I don't remember from first edition is whether or not it allowed you to separate your XP or if it was a 50-50. As in,
you got to go down the line,
I can't remember if first edition you were allowed to alternate and adjust which one was in the lead and which one was, like how far ahead you could be in one class, or if it was just a straight, you've chosen these two classes. As you get XP, they're going to level up together as is. I don't actually remember. I know in second edition, it specifically allowed you to do it in any order. You had some limitations, but you were allowed to basically put all your XP in one and stay at level 1 on the second. But I think first edition may have required you to have them together.
Did either of these require you to have like a primary class, one that like can't go below the other or something like that?
Typically, yes. I know in second edition, that's when they added that. I don't know if first edition was, again, it's either that, yes, you had a primary and you had to have that one as always ahead, or in first edition, you had to do them equally, as in you equally divided your XP and then just leveled them up together.
Right.
I honestly don't remember which one it is. I didn't get that far in my research for this one. I didn't find all of that. Pathfinder had some rediction rules. At the BC, can find a teacher in game time. You can change his class 1 week for one level. Interesting. That's Pathfinder did some really unique things.
Yeah, see, I swear I played like one game of Pathfinder and with a completely different rule set. Like, I want to know a lot more about it because people keep talking about it a lot. But
It was
it's
for,
very
for its
interesting.
time frame, yeah, because Pathfinder came out right around the same time about I think third edition, and so
Okay.
a lot of people I know for a long time, just people were kind of like they talked about them synonymously. Like 3.5 and Pathfinder are almost talked about.
I do remember
in
that a lot.
tandem.
Yeah. Very
And it's
much
not
so.
because they're the same. A lot of people just assumed that they were the same, but it's mainly just because they were popularized at the same time, and they ran in parallel, but they did have a lot of difference. Kind of like what people are doing nowadays with 5th edition and Baldur's Gate. It was kind of the same thing. They were kind of taking two similar things and showing off the differences.
Right.
And Pathfinder did a lot of really unique things, and some things a lot better. But overall, I don't think it. I mean, obviously, we don't really have Pathfinder, 5th edition. Like,
Right.
Pathfinder was a good in and of itself thing. I think it actually inspired a lot in a lot of DMs, but I just don't think as a whole system it really held its own. Obviously, against like D&D and the actual like numbered editions. So,
Got you.
But I'll tell you this: Pathfinder did a whole lot better than 1D&D.
Listen, I don't know enough about Pathfinder or 1D&D to know that, but I can already the energies that I get from both of those things. I can't tell you how many people recommend a Pathfinder to me. I can't tell you anybody that's recommended 1D&D to me.
Exactly. Oh, exactly.
That's all I gotta say. But then again, 1D&D hasn't been out for that long, you
Yeah.
know. But still.
Okay, so multiclassing first implemented where you basically had 2 or more classes, and it did say in first edition 2 or more, so you were able to take a third class,
Okay.
if you wanted to. So you could try class up back then as well, but you did have to divide your experience points. Again, I just don't know if that was equally or if you were able to just basically take your first class as far as you wanted.
Right.
Now, they also introduced in first edition dual classing. So this one was your human only option. So multi-classing was for everybody not human. They said, well, that kind of sucks for humans because, humans have always kind of had the shit end of the stick. Except for life. They always get more life. So they gave them dual classing instead. Now, dual classing works a little bit differently because basically what this allowed a human to do was you would start in one class, go as far as you wanted in that class, and then at any point when you leveled up, I don't think it was actually tied to leveling up, but basically at any point you could just decide to switch to a second class. So you can go to level 5, level 10, level 15,
Okay.
and then you would switch. It's human only that can do this. Upon switching, you will retain all of everything you knew from the first class. You'll still basically have everything that you had, but you will no longer be able to level that class from here on out. You cap it. You stop it. It's done.
Okay.
Then you continue leveling your new class. And then... But here's the kicker. You didn't lose what you could do. However, once that switch was made, you'd retain the abilities from your first class, but you wouldn't be able to use them until the new class exceeds the level of your first. So let's say you were a 5th level rogue and then turned into a fighter. You could not use a single rogue ability until you're a level 6 fighter. Then, once you're a level 6 fighter, you have all your rogue abilities
Now,
unlocked.
the question I would have is it I wouldn't be able to use any ability, or I wouldn't be able to use the ability until I'm higher than that level? So say if I get a first level feature at a rogue, once I'm a 2nd level fighter, then I can use that first level.
It's the full level.
The
So
full
if you
cap.
if you go to a 5th level rogue and then say 6th level and turn into a fighter, you have all of the rogue stuff, but you cannot use your hide and shadows, your pickpockets. You cannot use a single rogue ability. Your backstab's gone. But once you're 6th level in fighter,
Once
you're 6th level in fighter, you are a full 6th level fighter and a full 5th level rogue.
Weird question for you. Talking about raw with lore. How does that work? Like, how do you
doesn't
rationalize forgetting all of your...
It's not forgetting. So here's the thing. I've always struggled with this one. Here's the only justification I accept, realistically, because realistically, there should be nothing stopping you, right? This isn't an outside force. This isn't like your God deciding. This is you.
Right.
So my only justification, my only legitimate justification is dedication. You are a martial artist. Mm-hmm. You fought for many years with bow staff. You were very good at it. Let's say you wanted to pick up escrimas. In order to guarantee that you were going to master the escrimas, you told yourself, look, I know how a bow staff works. I don't need to continue practicing. What I need to do is dedicate my time to eskrima, because that's what I need. If you divide your time to another martial art, even if it's just upkeep, you're taking time away from mastering. So my opinion is the reason for this is not mechanically you're broken and can't use it. It's you
have chosen to say...
Like you're a rogue. You used to be a rogue, you used to hide in shadows, and now you're trying to be a fighter. A fighter is up in someone's face. A fighter uses their strength. A fighter does not back down. A fighter is courageous. A fighter isn't scared. A fighter doesn't hide. So it's not that you can't go hide. It's not that you couldn't if you really, really needed to. But the idea is, I'm a fighter. I need to emphasize this, and I'm embodying it. It's kind of like when actors do that thing where they become their character, whatever that's called, the immersion, whatever.
Yeah.
That's my only justification. Is it's a self-inflicted detriment, not something that you in
and
lore. I don't think you can. I
That's-
think it's because this is a character choice. It's a
It's
player choice.
gotta be a piece in there for me. Is it's like, this is you. You know, granted, like the rules are saying no, you can't use it, but
And that's
the
the- and that's the
idea is
balancing.
you are choosing to say, you are accepting the fact that, hey, I am going to abstain from all of that work so that I can gain this. I want to be so proficient. I want to, like, the amount of time and energy it took me, because realistically, like you're saying, if you are splitting your time,
It should take you twice as long.
It should take you a lot longer.
But
so,
if you said I went a year and made a fifth level rogue, I'm going to spend a year to be a fifth level fighter. I can't do any of my rogue stuff. Otherwise, it'll take me 2 years.
And it kind of makes sense that once you reach the same level, that restriction disappears, because it's like the same amount of time I took to get proficient at that, I took to get proficient at this.
And now
right?
neither are being practiced. It's so what you were saying almost should have been what they said, where the moment you've excelled past a certain ability, you'll get it. But that gets really complicated.
Yes.
Because then you're like dividing up, when did I get this? When can I get that?
I even agree with the way they did it, because it's like, okay, yes, theoretically, you should be able to intertwine that in here, but again, you're still taking away from the natural, because like I have trained in different styles of martial arts, right? And when I started training in Muay Thai, I cannot tell you how many Taekwondo habits I brought into Muay Thai, right? All of my instinct, all of my training is telling me to act like a Taekwondo protection. And so I have to basically... It's kind of weird. It's like you're unlearning, but you're keeping it there. And
that's the thing is, if you were still practicing Taekwondo, if you were still keeping it up, you'd never break those habits. You would continuously bring those habits in. Now, granted, that may work if you're trying to build your own martial art. But if you're trying to master a new one,
that's exactly the point.
You have to get rid of...
You're either creating something new, or you are learning two different things.
And now, granted, too, when you have a multiclassing character, I mean, if you really look at it, right? If we were both to go to level 10, you are multiclassing, it's going to take you probably just as long to multiclass 2 of yours to level 10 as it would for me to go to level 5 with 1, and then level 5 with the other one, and then have a level 10 character with 2 separate abilities, right? Now, the difference is you're a level 10 with your level 10 variation multiclassing. But again, you're probably still technically only a level 5 each, or maybe you're a level 8-2 or a 7-3. But when I reach level 10, I'm guaranteed to be a 5-5. You could be a 5-5. You could be a 9-1. You could be a 6-4, right? Like level 6, level 4. Right. But I will always be the 5-5. You know, if I stopped at 8, I will always be an 8-8. Once I reach 8, once I exceed it...
Once I hit that 16, I'm going to be an 8-8, yeah.
So really, depending on how you play that campaign, if it's a very long campaign. And again, if your DM's not doing that thing where everything scales with your level, but everything scales contextually...
Imagine you're a character like Davd, and like you run around with a bunch of different adventuring groups, and at the time that you decide to make this shift, you'd be like, all right, I've capped out my levels in fighter or whatever, so I'm a level 9 fighter. You stop adventuring with whatever adventuring group you were with, and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna go hang out with these level 1 adventurers now. I'm gonna
Right, you just happen to have a lot of life. You have a fuck tons of life and a great AC.
They just know that you don't go down, but I mean, hey,
but you suck at everything else just like they do. See, that would be a cool. Like,
exactly,
yeah.
exactly.
So is it the best way to do it? I mean, yes. Like in terms of giving humans a multi-class option that's different, that has a different feel altogether. I would say that I think a lot of people would struggle with this because the idea of going to any level and then reverting back to level 1, a level 1 version. Now, again, you still have all of your AC, you still have your equipment, you still have your health, but you are now at a detriment to abilities, right? You're just basically back to whatever that thing can do at level 1. So it feels bad. But if you're also in a party, which, again, first edition wasn't really about solo gaming. So if you're in a party, and yes, you're at slight detriment, but as long as the party is pulling their weight and they're all still at those levels, it shouldn't take you long to level that character up based on the XP, right? Like, because you're essentially, you may have a max level of 8 or 9, but your class...
Ooh, that's interesting.
Your class still has a level up process. So
does this talk at all about what the XP gain looks like? So, like, hypothetically, if I was going from level 10 to 11, it would take X amount of XP.
In that class. When you reset to that new class's XP. So you have a total grand level, but you are still going to, when you are a level 8 rogue and you had 100,000 XP to get there, and you change to fighter, you're only going to need 250 or 2,500 to get to level 2. You're only going to need the fighter equivalent, which is why it will be a kind of a fast rise at first, because if you're in a party who's that level, you're probably going to be racking up XP pretty quickly.
I mean, shoot.
But
I mean,
remember,
if you do it right, one mission with them will get you to level 3 or something like that.
Yeah. So it's not really that much of a detriment. It's not like it's resetting your entire campaign.
Interesting.
And it is that whole thing of, as long as you build it out correctly, again, because once that class is capped, you'll never go back to it, right? You can keep doing this, by the way. Dual classing, you technically can keep doing. You just stop learning the previous class and just add another one. You could do this 3 times. There's nothing stopping you from doing it more than twice. It's just that you have to reset back to that first level, but you're also always going to be capped. Whereas a multi-classer, you can technically decide whenever you want to level those up. Once I'm done, I'm done.
Now, this might be an irrelevant question because I don't know if this is AD&D, if they actually had subclasses or not. But
no, there was no subclasses back then.
Theoretically, if you were to do dual classing this way, even now in 5th edition, what would you say if somebody wanted to dual class back into the same class but a different subclass? Kind of like
kind of what Cosmic was
what Cosmic was talking about.
So,
because the only thing would be anything that was the same that you're learning. So say like the first level feature for fighters, you get action surge or something like that.
Yeah, it's not like he would stack it. It's not like he would get another
not like
action.
you would stack it, but the experience, like you've technically already learned that. Right? So that aspect, it's not like, do you need to go through all of the experience to relearn that? Or do you just need to relearn the aspects that you hadn't already learned type deal?
So that's where it's really hard for me to answer that, because in one respect, yeah, I could easily say, like, mechanically, yes, there wouldn't be anything stopping you from using 2 subclasses, because that's not a bad idea. It is kind of a cool idea. But the downside is, like, the whole purpose of subclasses was to expand the generalized class, right? The only reason why we have subclasses is to expand fighter, to expand mage, to expand druid, to have different abilities and different skill sets. It's almost like dual classing those is like just double dipping after double dipping. It's like we already have the subclasses to specialize, but now you want to go, like, at that point, why not just make a new subclass? Like, because that's literally what subclasses are, is it's like, hey, I really liked what this thing could do, but I want to do this primarily, so let me make a subclass. But basically saying, well, I want this subclass and this subclass, it's like, so just either make a subclass or you're basically asking to be 2 characters. You know what I mean? Like, dual classing had a purpose to help balance out. So yes, I could see it. I like the idea, and maybe we should do an episode where we look at how one could balance out multi-subclassing, because I think that's an idea that deserves a discussion. But as a general rule of thumb, I would just be, in general, my first knee-jerk reaction is I don't think it would work the same because subclasses were meant to be streamlined. They were meant to be, they were created for people to have those different abilities, right? And I kind of just think that it doesn't make sense to dual class subclasses. Because really, again, the subclass itself was supposed to be the specialty. Like...
Right.
Like it's hard for me to also come up with an example of two subclasses in the same class that would also make sense synergistically. Like again, if I'm a druid and I want to go Circle of the Moon versus Beastmaster, I think that's the other one, right? Or
yeah, you can have a Moon Druid, or you can have it's a Moon Druid.
Oh yeah, so Moon Druid or like Circle of like, because I think there's like multiple. I'm just trying to think of like what are two subclasses that would like make sense other than you just trying to say, well, I want this power and this power. Because
so
it's like, at that point, just create a custom character, fully custom out. But
like if I picked as a fighter the, what do you call it? The Echo Knight subclass,
right,
as well as the Arcane Archer subclass, all right? Those are two that I can think of instinctually where I would get my little Echo Knight that's basically a duplicate of me and get some extra attacks and stuff like that.
Right.
But then you would also get the ability to have these arcane shots, right? And these arcane shots can do all kinds of weird, different magical abilities that can affect different things. But I do agree, like, you could basically essentially make that a unique subclass. Like you could easily,
because that would be the point is you're basically saying I want the Echo Knight, but I also want to be a ranged fighter, and the Echo Knight is more of a close quarters fighter. So it's like, so basically what you want is an Echo Ranger. You know,
kind of.
But then if you're saying, but it's like, but I also want to be a fighter and fight up close, and it's like, then be an Echo Paladin. Like you know what I mean? Like there's a point at which, like, depending on what things you're trying to collab, it's either A, go make your own new subclass, or B, you're just asking for too much. Because again, the reason why they got split like that is because of either specialization or balancing.
Honestly, I feel like it's because a lot of the times when you want to do so much at once, you have to spread yourself so thin in order to do so, right? Like, in order for you to, because a lot of the things that you're going to be doing when it comes to being an up close fighter versus being a ranged fighter, like a lot of the up close fighters, you really need to have strength when you're up close. You're going to be getting grappled,
armor,
you know,
dexterity.
But when you're far away, you're going to need dexterity for a lot of your stuff. So either you're going to have to spread and have like really high stats in a lot of different things, you know, or you're going to have to say, hey, this is what I want to focus on, right?
Yeah.
And so unless everything you're doing is incredibly synergistic and you can do it all by focusing on one area, which is just really hard to do, especially because, like you said, all these subclasses are meant to take you in a certain direction, to focus you on different things.
This also brings up a good point that we're gonna really cover in when we finally do the high point character build for the Psionic. Is this is something that I actually address in my onboarding, and you know, again, you've seen this with yourself and with others, but this is one of the things why I typically don't, as a DM, like telling my players to bring a character. Like, I've never really understood that. I've seen it in a lot of games where they're just like, yeah, bring your character. Like, you want me, you trust, and again, a lot of it's because it's streamlined, a lot of it's because it's like, hey, I played this edition, so just build it based on how the book says it. But to me, it's like, I'm concerned when I play for a DM and he doesn't want anything with my character. He's just like, just bring it. Just you bring your character and we'll just play. And it's like, you don't want to know anything about the team composition, about, like, to me, again, it's just telling me nothing that you created mattered, because as long as you follow the book mechanically, I know, you know, mechanically, that's all that matters, right? Just matters that your stats are correct, your dice rolls are correct. Anything you made doesn't matter to me. So that's the first red flag for me personally, is just, if you literally just want me to go create a character by myself and you want nothing to do with that process or even knowledge of it, I feel like I'm not going to get my game's worth. Like, I'm not going to get my value out of creating this character. But also for me, when I work with people, one of the other things that I don't like doing outside of asking them to go do it by themselves, and it's not just, you know, I don't want to micromanage it. You know, I don't tell them what they want to do. I want to, be there to answer all their questions, but I also don't like telling them to go create a character and then come into the game, because I don't like the idea of those two things being separate. You know what I mean? Like
The character being separate from the game.
Like, this is one of the hard things about 5th edition, is there's so many great classes, there's so many different great builds, and you can do all these cool things and all these subclasses like we were talking about. You can specialize and do all this. But I think one of the biggest problems that a lot of people ends up having with these character builds, and why you see people who want to just create character after character after character, is because you're always creating it without knowing what game they're going to go in, right? You create this cool concept, but then when you finally apply it, you're realizing that nothing is happening. That
nothing pops off the way you wanted it to.
Yeah, you're like, oh, I'm going to create this because here's all the things I can do with it. And then you go into a campaign and then you're like, well, nothing in this campaign makes sense for me to do what I want to do. Or I'm not getting the situations that I thought I would get, right? And the problem is because you're building a character not for the story. You're just building a character you want to run, and then you're being handed a story. Whereas with me, when I onboard players, you know, it's a step by step of, I want to know what you want to do so I can make sure we get as close to it as possible with my rules, but then I can give you the gaming experience you want. If you build me a character who's not a fighter, who is like just totally chill, who just wants to be like this chill dude, you want to go talk to people, you want to explore, you want to see the world I've created, why would I drop you into a battle arena? Why would I drop you into a battlefield when you literally just created a character who has illusionary spells, no weapons, no armor? That doesn't make any sense to me, right? But if I tell you, bring me a character, just bring a character to the gaming session, and I have this giant ass, war happening, and you bring me this fun loving, I'm gonna be a bard, but I'm a jester. I make jokes, and I'm not rude. I don't even have a weapon. I have a tambourine, and it's kind of like I kind of filed them down, so it's kind of like you just make this totally fun, cool character that you just want to play, but you bring this to a game, and I'm like, okay, cool. So the moon rises on the battlefield. Half of your army is decimated. And now as you walk, like, why? What the fuck does that make sense that I'm going to put you on a battlefield when you're this character who's just carefree and loving and not about to, like, blow away the enemies? It doesn't work for me.
It's so interesting that because I feel like this very much articulates the difference in approaches that a lot of people can have, because I very much agree with what you're saying, because even when a player comes to me, I love knowing their backstory. I love getting to integrate their backstory into whatever it is that we're about to do. But at the same time, if I were to have a situation, because I've had certain players that just don't know, like they're so green, and so they just build something that is just that. It's literally just a skeleton, and then I use the way that they interact with the world to build it around them. So
exactly.
it's very much the opposite. Instead of like, hey, bring this to me ahead of time. Like, even if I had like a whole party of people who just brought random characters, I'm gonna watch them, I'm gonna set a scene in front of them, and I'm gonna just say, interact with stuff, touch stuff.
But that's still different than saying, hey, I have a game, just bring me characters, and I'm throwing you into this game I already planned. That's way different than saying, this is what makes sense for
It's
these
exactly
characters.
my point. Is it's like there are a lot of people who do that, who have a game that are like, hey, I have this game that I want you guys to play. Would you guys like to make characters for it? Versus, hey, would you guys like to take some characters and play with them together, right?
Yeah.
In this mishmash, this creation of whatever. And so it's I will say both of those things lend to very different game experiences. Again, I always go back to this in my mind because they're two of like the biggest name DMs that I know, which is Matt Mercer and Brendan Lee Mulligan, right? They're very, very opposing in their mindsets. I feel like Brendan Lee Mulligan is very...
There's actually a show that he puts on where like he brings DMs on and they basically debate.
I love that. I see
so
random
great
TikToks.
when DMs just get on there and they're like this versus that. And the thing is they're not debating. Like, what I love about it is they're not debating their own viewpoints. Like, they'll go on the show and the whole thing is you have to argue this topic against me. And it's like a random topic and they'll assign you a side. And you then just on the spot have to make the argument for
whether you agree with it or not.
Yeah, and it's so fun to just watch them build out like their arguments and stuff. And it's so great because like you'll see Brendan Lee, he'll just be sitting there and be like, I don't want to disagree with that. Like, he'll just be mad because he'll have the wrong side and he'll be like, but that's what I do. I can't argue with it.
I like it too much. No, it's great. But no, they definitely have very different approaches, and I think that those different approaches work super well for the people that play in their games. And I think that those players walk into those scenarios recognizing, like, because I watched some of the games with his like standard Dimension 20 crew, and like I feel like they love causing chaos in his world. They love trying to break stuff. They love trying to turn things into like stupid insanity, and he loves trying to balance it out.
It's a dynamic gameplay. He's not worried about the story he wrote. He's worried about the story he's telling.
And he does have a story. He's got stuff. He's got content for
but
them.
That's what I mean. Is there's a big difference, because there's so many DMs out there, and I think y'all understand this. Is there's too many DMs out there worried about what they wrote, the story that they wrote, and not the story they're telling. You know what I mean?
Yes.
There's a big difference in, I wrote this, pay attention, and you know, like, I need validation that what I did is good, versus, hey, I have this story, I want us to go through it, but some fun's happening. Okay, well, this is the story. As it, like, you can keep with the story you want while still telling a different story than the one you wrote.
Right.
And again, that dynamicism is huge. Like
facts.
Yeah, I look up to BLM a lot more than MM, because like Matt Mercer is fine. Like he's definitely the charismatic type. He loves his role. He's a fucking ham, but he's also a great guy. Like, he's not bad in any way. But when it comes down to it, I feel like I feel that Matt is much more methodical and less dynamic, if that makes sense. They are both methodical, yes, but like in terms of how they prepare, how they deploy their game, and how they structure and run the actual game, Matt is great, but he's much more methodical. He's much more controlled, and it's much more about, I think for him, it's much more about the narrative. And for BLM, his stuff is much more about the story. Wherever it takes, whoever's whether or not his players are adding to it or not,
yes,
it doesn't matter who's involving it. The story goes on. Whereas with Matt, it feels like he just has too much control. And I don't mean like he railroads, but it feels like he's just always calculated where things need to be, and he keeps it on track better. Whereas BLM just rolls with punches, and it's like, hey man, the story is going to get told however. And that's what I like.
I think there are huge aspects that Matt does way better, like when it comes to just his world building in general. Not that
his acting is way better. Like in terms of like, yes,
for sure,
his ability to present is way better.
But even just what he has present, like the actual content of the world, like, no matter where they investigate, there's something there. No matter where they go, there's something for them to find. And he has all of that stuff. And I know that, again, like me a lot, I'm pretty confident. I don't want to say this because I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty confident that so much of what ends up happening in the Brendan Lee Mulligan games is made up on the spot.
100%.
It's not stuff that he prepares ahead of time. It's not stuff that he knows is going to be there. He doesn't have content for people. He just gives them something. And while that is great and you can do a lot with that, I think that when you have something concrete, like, it allows for that consistency to be so easy.
And realistically, I think, again, this is where the methodical versus dynamic. I 100% agree with you. I think that BLM is a lot more like me, or I'm more like him in terms of the world. We know our world. We know how it operates. We know what's in it. So therefore, even if something is unexpected, I don't feel like I'm ever making it up on the spot. I'm not doing the Deus Ex DMing where I'm just like, oh, yeah, that's there now. I know my world enough. I know when things are likely to be there. Again, I know when it's justifiable. When you look somewhere I wasn't expecting, I can easily not just make up what's there. My mind just goes, oh, here's the I know what should be there. I definitely think that's like definitely more of the Mulligan mindset. I think, again, because of the methodicalness, I think with Matt Mercer, I think his trick isn't so much that he has everything planned for, but I also don't think he's nearly as dynamic as Mulligan. I think he kind of bends the bar or bends the rules a little bit, where I'll bet, again, I have no idea, but my thinking is, because of the way he's so methodical, he has his plan, he has his, like, this is it, but then he has like a handful of things always on the side. So when they throw him something, like you said, whenever they look anywhere, there's always something to find. My theory is so much that it's not so much that that item was always going to be in that one spot, but it was more of he's probably been like, okay, here's what we need to do. But if they start poking around, I got like 2 or 3 things that if it really gets pushed, I'll throw them that bone, right?
Interesting.
So that's my thing is I think he's methodical. I think he's thought through a lot, but I don't think he's like, okay, if they go to this room, if they look this way, it's this. If they look this way, it's this. If they look... No, I think it's more of a, all right, the goal is they go here, find this door. If they don't, I'm going to have these handful of things, and depending on how they look, it will depend on which one they get. So I think he's ready for anything they throw at him, but I don't think it's...
See, that's very interesting
because as everything.
From what I've seen from both of them DMing, that first description feels very much more Matt Mercer than anything else. Like I haven't seen that as I've seen him basically like you said, like he generally knows what's in places and what's where. Like that's at least that's the energy that I get when I watch a lot of his games. But
I just feel like, I feel like he's just, it's the methodicalness and just like it's the consistency and how well all of his things are put together for someone to be dynamic in the way that I use the word, in the sense of just on the fly. I don't think he's that on the fly, because I've seen him stumble and I've seen Mulligan stumble, but Mulligan stumbles in the way that I do, where it's like just let my brain catch up. We're almost there now. I have the picture. I think Matt Mercer stumbles when he doesn't have something ready.
Interesting.
And that's why my theory is that it's not that he has every little thing planned. I just think that he's prepared to go, hey, if they do something not expected, I got a couple things up my sleeve to keep it going. And again, I think it's part of his control, because he does have very good plot control. He keeps, not like, you guys can't keep talking, you guys got to go back to the thing, but he's very good at keeping the story moving forward and not derailing as much as like Mulligan. Mulligan can have his tangents, they can have their gameplays kind of derail a little bit. Mm-hmm. Matt Mercer's just really good at keeping the focus, and I think it's because he always has just a handful of things just off the screen that when we start to dip off, it's like, okay, I'll pull that one in. That will appease them, but it'll get them back on track.
Interesting.
And maybe I'm wrong. Who fucking knows? I mean, these are like literally the two of the best celebrity DMs like out there.
Hey, like I said, they're the really first two that comes to my mind when I mean,
there's tons of celebrity DMs, but celebrity in the sense of popularity, those are names that like those are the closest thing to household names that
listen.
Know.
They are what I believe has shaped a lot of the DMing scene.
I would
with
not
the exception of Matt Colville. I would say he's another huge, and he's one that I would say I
haven't heard his name very often brought up, but he has been around for a while.
He's huge when it comes to like shaping how people think about DMing and D&D, but I don't think I've ever seen him actually DM live. Like he's just more conceptually, and he does his
kind of
own
like what
thing.
we're doing so far.
Very much so.
Which is kind of the reason why I eventually want to get to gaming online, because there is going to be a day where people like question, like, do you guys even play D&D? Like,
of course, man. Of course.
there's got to be a day we have to prove that we actually play D&D, then not just talk about it.
Only the haters doubt.
Anyway, so that's interesting, and so that all came about because again we were talking about like subclassing and taking more than one subclass, and at that point, why not create your own thing? Or what's the purpose if you're just trying to get the best out of everything? Because again, that's kind of why we went to subclassing instead of multiclassing towards 5th edition, is people wanted those consistent synergistic specialties. But now people are like, but what if I just blend these two? And it's like, well, then what's the point of having the subclass? Just do that. Like, you know what I mean? Like the subclass was to specialize, and maybe that's the problem. Maybe D&D went too heavy on subclasses, and maybe it should have been one of those things like you see in the old editions where it was either an optional or an alternative rule set, where what if players had the choice to be a class that had potential to be varied and customized versus having a subclass which would allow you to specialize and become more powerful in one given thing, right? That could be another alternative that we haven't seen yet, where it's like, hey, I want to be a wizard. I'll have a certain amount of spells that I can learn of any school, but I'll never be as powerful in that school as that subclass, right? So that subclass will get certain spells I'll never get, but I can dabble in spells that they can't touch. You know what I mean? It's almost like that idea where it's like maybe we need to kind of go back to being able to have a class as an option versus a subclass as the only option. Because right now you can't just be a druid, right? You have to really be a subclass. You have to really build out. You don't build the druid. The class is kind of decided once you've done the subclass.
I'm actually curious what something like that would look like, because I've seen so one of my buddies likes to dabble in different we'll call them extensions. They're not it's not a completely different version of the game, but it's almost like an augmentation of 5th edition. And
so not quite like supplemental, but
yes.
Almost like the like how Theria was like a non-Wizards of the Coast version for a while, and then it became out to be its own extended module.
Yes, but it's more when it comes to mechanics wise rather than setting wise.
Oh, okay.
And so basically they kind of changed up how some of the base classes work. Like, you still had action, bonus action, and still most of the base mechanics were the same. You still have the same conditions and things like that, but the progression of your classes was very different. Some of the feats were very different. They had a lot of they reworded a lot of the spells and things like that. And one of the things was you still had subclasses, but as you're going through your base class, once you reach certain levels, you have certain feature choices. So similar to when you get to a certain level in fighter, you can choose a fighting style, and you get to choose which one of those styles you want, right? But instead, this was just a choice between one of 3 features, and it happened a lot. And so you would have 4 or 5 different options of these different variations. And so I'm just thinking how we normally have different level ups for your subclass. You get it at level 3, at level 5, at level 8, or whatever the progression is. If instead of getting a subclass feature, you just got an option, and maybe those options came from subclasses, maybe they came from whatever, but you just had an option that kind of corresponded with such and such level, and that would be a very interesting way to progress that.
WrestleGamer, what's going on? How you doing today?
But yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking is I think the biggest issue is that we and we'll get into this as we continue the history, but yeah, it's really that I think we almost have leaned too much into the necessity of a subclass instead of realizing that was great for specializing, but what if people don't want to specialize? Not everyone's a specialist. And can't really.
Some people do want to be a jack of all trades,
and even multiclassing isn't really the jack of all trades concept, right? It's still a specialization. So
yes,
maybe we
could
get a broader idea. You know what I mean? Maybe there could be some room to discuss what is a base class versus a subclass, and maybe we need to get back to that.
Right.
Okay, so that was first edition. When we first got the first introduction to multiclassing and dual classing. So, quick recap: multiclassing being 2 or more classes that you can do simultaneously as you divide up your XP that you get through all of them. Whereas dual classing was a human only feature where you would level up to a certain level, stop, reset essentially to first level as another class, and then once you basically have all of what you've learned, but you don't use it until you've surpassed that level in your new class, and now you unlock everything. And so that way you were basically kind of limited for more of the game, but once you caught back up, you kind of just got really large chunks of stuff. And it was just an alternative, again, because humans couldn't multiclass, so this was their multiclassing option. So, interesting way to do it. Maybe not the best approach, but not necessarily the worst. I really do like the idea.
I definitely like the concept as well.
And I did mention that dual classing did have an influence on High Point. And it was one of those things where it's been so interesting because, again, I mentioned this when we were doing the Psionics Handbook, where I go back and I read things that I haven't thought about or read in a long time, like dual classing, just haven't really looked it up in a long time. And I read what dual classing is, and its ability to level through a class until a certain level, then you stop, and then you choose a new class to level through. And that you have all the stuff from that previous class, but now you have a new focus, right? And I found that so funny because when I read that earlier, I'm just like, wait a minute. I do have that in High Point. And it's my custom Warlock class, my High Point Warlock. because I remember, again, this is that idea of, after 10 years of building, all of my stuff in High Point, what's influenced me, right? What is my own unique idea? And I've had this idea for this warlock forever, right? Where the warlock is the only one that can learn multiple types of magic. So you become a warlock, and let's say your secondary class is, your standard mage, and then your tertiary class is bard. The idea for my warlock class is, let's say you get up to, you get a max level of 10 in any particular one, but let's say you brought your bard up to level 5, and you brought your mage up to level 8, and you were like, that's all I needed. That's all I wanted. In High Point, what the warlock can do is at any point they can absorb those into the warlock class. So their first class is warlock. They had a secondary and tertiary. They can absorb those right into warlock. So their total level is the combined total level. And within warlock, they have all of those subcategories, right? They have the abilities of a 5th level bard, the abilities of a 8th level mage. But now they're still just a warlock. Now they can choose to add another second class, right? So now they can multiclass again. And let's say this time they become a druid. And then they can add a third class again. And let's say they want to become a sorcerer. And they level both of those up to level 5. Then they can absorb them and then add more. But my rule, the rule that I've always had is once you absorb it, once the warlock absorbs that new magic class, it's capped. It's forever capped. That's the max that they will ever learn in that class. And every single class is capped at level 10. So you can't be higher than a level 10 in any particular magic class.
Right.
But they're the only ones that can learn more than 3. Because technically, anyone can be triclassing.
Right.
But the most you could ever hope to have is 3 magic classes. Warlock's the only one who has unlimited. They can learn every magic class because only up to level 10, but they would just keep absorbing it. And it was always one of those cool ideas I had. Like, I was just like, man, I really love how this warlock works, right? It's such a unique and powerful idea because it starts you off at level 1 when you multi-class. Like, you're still always your mixed level, but you always have to keep on learning from the lowest version of that new class. And then I read Duel Classing finally after all these years, and I'm like, fucking hell, that's where I must have gotten the idea from. Because that makes sense. Like, that's exactly what Duel Classing is. So I just found it really interesting reading this today. I'm just like, oh yeah. So again, just over the years, just learning where those influences, like I probably read that someday, and look, years later it came into the warlock class, and I had no idea.
Right.
So yeah, interesting little thing I wanted to point out. Let's see, WrestleGamer, what's going on? Only found out about D&D since coming to DBD. Actually, I had just brought up that like 20 minutes ago before you got here about that. We were talking about the use of like somatical components and how I really like what they've done with Vecna and the representation of the spellcasting in DBD. So that's actually really funny that you brought that up because yeah, we just talked about that new licensing. So that's great. Glad you're here. Hope you enjoyed the content. We talk about all things D&D every Monday and Friday. Mondays we do like a showcase where we review some submitted homebrew, and then Fridays we do deep dives like this, do histories and all of that. Hoy Lipa, what's going on? Multiclasses also have a wonderful potential for roleplay. Yes, they do. A warlock priest who prays day and night to save his soul. Sounds like that would actually be kind of interesting. You sell yourself to a pact, but you're also a cleric trying to save your soul that was sold off to was sold off to a patron. That's actually kind of dope.
That is kind of clean.
That would actually be kind of funny. Depends on who you play with. It could be easier than you think.
Yeah, I mean, the game initially, it can feel a little overwhelming when you start thinking about playing D&D, but because there's a lot of rules, there's books, there's pages, there's all that. But to be honest, if you really just get somebody who's like, hey, just tell me the kind of stuff you want to do, and we'll figure out how you can do it, like, that's really all it ends up being. So,
yeah, and trust me, role-playing isn't necessarily like what everyone thinks about it. And too, it's not like being like in drama class. It's not like you have to be an actor or anything else like that. I mean, literally me asking you, hey, if you walked into a shop, what are you looking for? Like, what question would you ask him? I don't expect you to get into a character, get into a voice, and do all of that stuff. You can just say out loud, like, I would ask him if he has daggers. That's it. That's your role play. Like, dope. It could just be like, okay, cool. He would tell you he has 5 and they're all a gold apiece. Okay, I want 3. Okay, give him 3 gold. Done. So guess what? That's your whole interaction, and that's roleplay. That could be as little as that, or it can be a whole production where you're in character and people like to dress up and
there are
have
literally
voices.
races that don't talk. Like if you want to be somebody who's fully mute and you never speak the entire game, you can totally do that too. Or you could just be a Kenku who just plays off a soundboard. You don't even have to role play. You just beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, I would say that I think a lot of people get afraid with role play, but I think that's because there's, again, it's like that vocal minority or vocal majority. I think there's a lot of people out there that represent the D&D role play as
I
watch Critical Role. Yeah, and see that
don't do what Critical Role does.
This is the problem. Critical Role is a bunch of professional actors. That's not what the 9 times out of 10. If you go to Twitch and you look up anybody actively playing D&D, this is what you're gonna see.
Just a bunch of weird nerds in front of a computer, man.
Okay, I rolled a 19. Okay, I'm gonna ask him. Does he know who my father is? Does he know who my father is?
He does. He does know who my father is.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. That's literally what you're gonna see. Like, it is not. Most people, I think, have a concern with roleplay. Honestly, again, Cosmic said it best. 100%. It depends on the group you play with. Here, our whole deal on this stream is to kind of make it. What's up?
So that was me.
You and Cosmic has the same damn color, so I just see
his
K.
is it's
I just see a pink K, and I'm like, oh, but yeah, no, Kage's right. It really depends on who you play with, and just it's both players, it's DM. If you're interested at all, I would just say it's honestly just the best thing you can do is just find a DM and talk to him. Don't even start playing. Don't try to like get that. Just talk to somebody, and get the vibe. Like if they're just like, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. If it's feeling too overwhelming, don't play with them. But if you just go, hey, I kind of like DM, but D&D, it looks cool, but I really have no roleplay experience. If they're just like, that's cool. Like, let's talk about it. That's the DM you want to be with, right? Just find a group of people who play that are your energy level. Do not get with, like, trust me, if you're not hyped about it, don't get with the people who are like, oh my God, you're going to have so much fun. Oh, we do all of this. We dress up. We're here every Thursday night. Like, if that's not your vibe, stay away from it. But, if you find a group that's just like, hey, we play in when we can, and we don't expect anything from anybody, if that's more your vibe, check it out. But I totally get you. I would say either role play or feeling like there's too much to learn. Those are the two things that I think keep people away from D&D. Is just not wanting to be like center of attention, which I totally get. I'm not great even as a DM at doing voices. I don't really try. I try to do little things to get the point across of who they're talking to, but I'm terrible at that stuff. I'm all about getting the information across. Yep. I'm not great about acting and doing all of that. So,
and to be honest, like it's really hard in a lot of situations. Like they brought up again, like sometimes you got to deal with a lot of new people. You got to deal with people you've never met before. You got to people you might not be comfortable with, and so it can be weird, especially when you don't have like what you would consider a safe zone. But hypothetically, if you were to run into any of your buddies that happen to DM, and you're like, oh, that's my boy. Like, I know him. Like I know how he is. I know how he acts. And he kind of knows me. And he knows the energy that I have. It's like, yeah, I can vibe with you. I know I could vibe with you. And if we're just talking some fantasy crap, then why not talk some fantasy crap while I'm vibing with you,
I would say the biggest thing, too, is like, if again, this is a big if. Like, you said you already weren't probably going to play, but that's fine. It's just, don't do well with new people, too. I totally get that. And that's the thing, is... I think the biggest problem is expectation from a lot of people. Whether it's you're new to D&D or you're a DM or you're a player, a lot of people just have expectations, and I think that's off-putting. Yeah. You just have to find a group that's willing to not thrust those expectations on you, right? Not expect you to have expectations and not have expectations of you.
Very much so.
It's not easy.
Very much so.
And it's a personal choice. You know what I mean? I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're hanging out. If you like the content, again, we're here every Monday and Friday. If we're gonna be the only D&D you ever have in your life, that's cool too. We want to be encouraging, but we're not gonna beat a dead horse. Hopefully you just enjoy. That's all that really matters.
To be honest, some people like me, I watch streamers play games that I will never touch myself, but just because I enjoy watching them play. So
and that's true too. There's so many games
I've watched. Spectator sport.
Exactly. That is, and D&D is actually one of the probably better games because at least it's always dynamic and you'll never see the same people do the same thing twice.
It's like a live book, man.
It really is.
It's like you get like audiobooks. Well, forget it. This is a live.
And unless you like seeing people do the same thing but different ways. unless that's what you're into, like, watching a video gamer and then going to a different streamer and watching them play the same game to see how they would do it differently. If that's not your vibe, if you're all about new things, then D&D is a great thing to watch because it's always a new story. It's always a new character set.
And it's everywhere now.
So yeah, just, and then, there's so many different resources, but again, it's a personal choice. It all comes down to how everybody feels about it.
How you vibe.
And yeah, also the stuff that you create today is also fertilizer for later down the road. So yeah, you just gotta, it's all about that building process. But yeah, and if you are interested and you just want to just hear more about it and you do like the way that we present it, we do have a YouTube channel with all of our VODs. So I'll go ahead and put that in the chat for you. If you're interested, you can see any of our other channels, gonna go through some of the other topics and see if anything fits your fancy. All right, well, we can continue with our multiclassing. Only D I really remember is the 80s cartoon.
I loved that cartoon.
That cartoon was pretty dope.
That was fire.
There's actually a lot of good, if you do like more animated stuff, there's a lot of YouTubers who animate like their games. Like they'll go back, edit their games, and then do an animation on top of it.
That's actually really cool.
That is actually some really fun watching because it's not just D&D and it's not just like the D&D game, but it's also like a TV show because it's like they actually do a really good job at like representing what happens. So also kind of fun. But I digress. Back to multiclassing. So we've learned what multiclassing was when it was introduced in first edition. So second edition did a few things in terms of refining the multiclassing options.
Okay.
So just like we've seen in a lot of different things, second edition stayed true to form, stayed true to tradition, enhanced it, but didn't really like alter it too much. Let's see. While second edition still technically had the no human rule for multiclassing, so it was still demi-humans or non-humans.
Okay.
In terms of races. And dual classing still remained exclusive to humans. So those two didn't change. They just kind of expanded, I think, some of the subtlety rules of multiclassing, and then as they refined it, because also second edition did things to like leveling up and all of that. So they just basically made it more balanced and better operated, like better synergistically in terms of like what you can do with multiclassing.
Okay.
So basically they also, I think it looks like in both first and second edition, you did get to choose the division of XP in terms of you had your primary, which had to stay ahead of your secondary. Okay. But you got to choose how far away they got from each other. Okay. In both editions. So yeah, you weren't ever tied. I thought first edition had it to where you basically split your XP evenly, but now that the more I think about it, that doesn't really work though, because each class has a different level up process. So if you split it evenly, you'd still level out of sync. Because like one class may need 3,000 XP for the next level, and another class may need 2,500. So if you split it even or equally, one would always level up first, and therefore you'd never be able to keep them equal. So it's probably just always been you just get to decide which one you're leveling up in what direction. Yeah. Okay. But other than that, all they did was change some balancing and the specifics, but that also basically just goes in line with nothing very directly related to multiclassing and how it works. Just the classes got better, it got more synergistic, and the multiclassing added some features to where second edition really called out if you're multiclassing with like these two, this would happen. So there was a few more like added specialties when you chose two specific classes. I think like fighter and rogue got like a bonus, and I think like I think fighter and rogue had like a certain little thing that they could do specifically. Not major like actionable changes, but it was just like some quality of life stuff that made the build make more sense, I think, narratively. But again, nothing drastically changed in terms of like how you would expect it to operate. Obviously, I think these changes were just because second edition did leveling up differently.
Got you. So when we're thinking about how this works, I was thinking that a lot of what, because so. Explain to me again, when you're leveling up in one, can you hold on to your experience? Like hypothetically, if I killed a bunch of stuff, and I would technically have the ability to level up in one, but not in the other. Can I just hold on to my experience until I have the ability to level up in both?
No. Technically, there's never been an opportunity for that. Technically, in the original booklets, I think in AD&D and in first edition, it was actually a straight loss. Like whatever you couldn't use just was gone. And that's where I think my DM kind of decided that there was in-game stuff you could do with it, dedicated to your deity and whatnot.
Right.
And then I've taken those kind of ideas as well, because I do think XP has a in-game lore benefit to it, although it's not the same concept. But anyway, I digress. But yeah, there is no functional way to hold XP, because it's just your natural progression.
It's got to go somewhere.
And this is why I also, excuse me, guys. This is why I also add in the lore for High Point that leveling up is not you wake up the next day and suddenly you're better, right? It's not like a montage just happens in the afternoon. You don't get a training montage and you're done. In my opinion, leveling up is one of those things that when we're not gaming, when your character's not actively in the shops, if they're not actively in a cave, if they're just, when you spent that night or those weekends at a tavern, or, when we sped gamed a week of time to go to the next, thing, anytime you say you guys are sleeping for the night, right before you go to bed, when you wake up in the morning, you're practicing, you're training, you're doing your stuff. So when you hit level up, it's not that you suddenly know all of these new cool things. It's just that you finally honed the ability to where you're confident in going, I can do that in battle now.
Yeah.
Because that's the difference, right? You learn a new technique. You would never use it in a tournament. You would never use a brand new technique in a tournament until you knew, I've got it.
Although,
and to me,
yes,
that's what a level up is. Is a level up isn't, hey, I suddenly woke up thinking, you know what, guys? I could hit them twice with my sword. Because guess what? If that was all it took, wouldn't every other person in your party go, we can hit twice? No, it's more of a, guys, I've been practicing this move where if I flick my wrist, look at this, I can block and hit. I can get a second. Like, it's a technique. It's something that you had to practice, and you wouldn't put yourself in a life or death situation unless you were either desperate, which isn't really a D&D thing, but it's either that or it's one of those, this is you're confident that you will put your life on this.
Think about some of the times that a character will try to do something creative or outside of their class specifically, and then they do it well enough and they repeat it well enough and they practice it enough that it can be something, even if it's
allow that stuff. Yeah,
exactly. And
I don't mind that narratively, that character building.
In those situations, I think that would kind of fall to your point of being desperate. It's like, hey, I've never done this in battle before, but right now it's going to be advantageous that I'm going to try it.
And usually that would be a crits only. Like you have to roll a 20 to get that to happen, right?
Right. Or you do something like percentiles, like you'll do sometimes.
Exactly. And then, there would be I don't mind like extremes, but I just look at like, the concept of training is just because, when you think about like combat, like I just use like fighter getting the extra, attack, right? The idea is that you're not going to put your life on the line for something that's not a guarantee. You're a fighter, right. You're a warrior. You bring to the battlefield what you know will win the fight. You don't bring to the battlefield a half-assed maneuver that could end your life, right? So that's where that mindset of, leveling up with progress as progress happens, right? And so holding on to XP doesn't really make sense because, again, that's like saying I'm not going to train this week, but I'll make up the time. Or like saying, hey, if I don't sleep tonight, I'll just sleep extra tomorrow. Like, that's not really how it works. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
It's still the same amount of time in the week. You just because you're asleep tomorrow doesn't mean you actually recuperated, because you still have the same amount of hours in the week, right? You're just shifting when you do it. But with XP, at least at the High Point, it is a consistency, right? It's like you get XP after a battle or after, benchmarks, but XP is just what you've been doing, right? It's something you always have on you. And because in High Point, XP has a meta purpose because you can donate excess XP, because technically there are limits to how much you can level up before it becomes dangerous. All of those kind of things are, why I would say like holding on to XP would just basically kind of defeat the purpose. Like it would basically be like, I don't want to level up, but then it's like, but then why hold it? Like, what's the purpose of waiting to level up? If like what your example of, well, I don't want to level up until they both level up at the same time. It's like, why though? Like, just get the extra abilities and just go
Have
to an
it for
extra
a little
fight.
bit longer. Yeah,
Like waiting to get extra abilities. It's like, yes, it sounds cooler if they were all together, but why not just have them now?
I mean, you could technically just have them and then not use them, and then only use them when they like.
Yeah.
It has the same effect if that's the desire you're going for. But
Take it
No,
easy,
I feel
Philippa. Nice to see you again. But yeah, so yeah, very, very interesting. I wish there was more on my notes about second edition, but yeah, I think second edition is just kind of self-explanatory. Classes got enhanced, therefore multi-classing got enhanced.
for sure.
But okay, and then moving on to third edition. So third edition and 3.5. Let's see, my notes say that. Okay, so this is when they finally just flat out changed it. So this is the first big change that we see towards what we see in multiclassing now, because third and 3.5 got away or did away with racial limitations. Anyone could multiclass now.
Okay.
And we see, and they simplified the process. So not just that it was, demi-humans can only multi-class, but they simplified it. So characters could add levels in any class upon leveling up without dividing XP. First thing. So there was no XP. It was when you leveled up, you just choose what class that you're leveling up. So you're a fighter at level 5, now you're level 6. I'm a druid, level 1. Level 10, suddenly I'm a rogue, level 1. Just deciding I'm just now that upon level up. Which does make it a lot easier because with earlier editions, calculating XP, dividing it up, not only did it take a long time, but then you had to do things like that where I was like, well, I have enough XP to level up, but I can only level up 1. So should I wait and divide it up and not level up either, or should I level up this one and then how long do I have to wait to level up? Like, this is just basically being like, you leveled up, you get 1 level. Which one gets it? Period. That's it. You're leveling up. Which class gets it? I kind of like that. Not my preferred, but I kind of like the streamlinedness. I get why it looks better.
Right.
It did also. This also eliminated some issues between. It actually basically this is also they eliminated the idea between multiclassing and dual classing. They basically just said every time you level up, you can just throw that next level into any class. Okay. So if you're a level 10 and suddenly want to start leveling up in a different class, there you go. You're level 10 in this. Now you're level 1, 2, 3, 4 in that. Like, it kind of basically did what both multi-classing and dual classing were trying to do, except you don't have to stop learning a class. You just pick up classes wherever you want. So definitely a lot more streamlined.
Okay.
I don't know. Is it the best way to do it? I don't know. It's the easiest, that's for sure. And then the next thing that they did was this is the first time they introduced class features and base attack bonus, which allowed for just different types of progression in the class. So this is where we first started getting like class features and specific bonuses, but that was mostly left in 3rd edition.
Okay.
We didn't see that later in 5th edition. But yeah, the class features is where we finally started to like get this robust concept of uniqueness and not just you're a fighter, obviously you're going to do all of this stuff, but now it's like you're a fighter, well, what can you do? Okay. Like, what do you get to do? You're not just a brute with a sword. You get to do something. You're an artist.
What's your thing?
You're a martial artist. So we definitely got a lot of changes in 3 and 3.5, which was kind of what they did. I mean, 3 and 3.5 really painted D&D in a whole new light, right? And then we come to 4th edition, where they really did, like everything else, is they try to streamline it more. But unlike other aspects, they didn't get rid of it. Surprisingly, like everything else that they try to undo. They kept multiclassing, but they did do their thing. Mm-hmm. So one of the things they could do is that you were so in 4th edition, they got rid of triple classing. You could only dual class. So it was multi-classing, but you could only have one additional class.
Interesting.
So yeah, you had your primary and a secondary, and you had to do it using a specific feat called Novice Power. So you had to choose a specific feat at feat time that would let you basically add another class.
Interesting.
Super weird.
That's what 4th edition did?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was basically designed. It was basically like. I don't know. Trying to figure out why they did this. It was supposed to be like this concept of creating a like still maintaining your character's like essence, but trying to give them more customization.
Okay.
But it's like I don't know if that's really like I don't know. It was I tried to find some like justifications, and it was just a lot of people were just like, it was mainly supposed to make you feel like you were the character you built, but you get to do some extra stuff. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Like that's literally why don't you just be the character that you built then?
Wait.
Oh, but 4th edition also tried to introduce hybrid classes, where players basically it was like you could combine aspects of 2 classes from the beginning, but not multi-class into them. So unlike later where you could take a feat and then just add that class, it was from the beginning. You're like, it would basically give you these weird complex rules where it's like, okay, you're a fighter, but you want to be a rogue too. So you can like lose 1 ability of fighter to add like 2 abilities of the rogue. And like it was like these weird things where it's like you got to pick and choose, cherry pick basically specific things from each and almost create like a customized character out of it. But the rules were really strange. Like it was 4th edition. Like they did some wild shit.
Right.
I don't think that was the way to go at all. Like the idea to cherry pick things from different classes to kind of hodgepodge your own class for a couple different reasons. One, there's no real way to scale that, right? Like it's just really just people trying to trying to customize it is just more of it doesn't make it easy for anyone to follow, right? Like you would customize yours differently than that person, and then it would just be difficult to figure out like does yours work properly? Does theirs work properly?
Balancing,
and really it kind of put a lot on the players to really min-max it properly, which probably also just broke it or just in general created a lot of bad character builds. You know what I mean? Like you thought it sounded right at first, but then as it leveled up, you're like, this kind of sucks.
This doesn't do exactly what I thought it does.
Yeah. So yeah, 4th edition, whatever.
I mean, it is 4th edition.
All right. But of course, 5th edition had to come back and fix it.
Hopefully.
Well, I'm in a little bit, but 5th edition came back, and basically they wanted to redesign multiclassing to be a lot more flexible, which is kind of what we've been talking about, right? So they wanted to kind of go back to what was starting in 3rd edition.
Okay.
But they did want to make it more robust. So some of the key specifics from 3rd to 5th is that instead of where 3rd edition was like, hey, guess what? Everybody can multiclass. 5th edition was like, that's a good idea. However, everyone's going to have a certain ability score prerequisite to multi-class.
So that's where the prerequisite started.
5th edition.
That's what I was curious about, because I know we
second
talked
edition
about
has prime requisites, and you had to have those in 2nd edition, but that was specific to the classes. 5th edition finally said multi-classing has a prerequisite.
So you have your base class prerequisites, and you have a multi-class
which
prerequisite.
Is separate.
Yeah.
Because you could be that class, but if you want a multi-class, you may have to have a higher or lower stat.
Interesting.
So yeah, that was the first time 5th edition they were like, hey, we really like the idea that anybody can do it, but it was almost too easy. So let's make sure that if you want the other class, you have to meet their bare minimums. Another change that we saw was that they really tried to focus on class combination and balancing to make sure that things didn't get overpowered, because we were getting into these much more specialized classes in 5th edition, so they really did a lot of focusing with their multi-classing on how to properly balance it out. And then they actually they made sure that certain things that they did, like with spellcasters, they really tried to make sure that they were actually primed to multi-class, essentially solving problems that they saw in previous editions, in order to make specifically spellcasters, but they did some other tweaks in other classes, but spellcasters got a couple different tweaks in terms of like how they level up, how their powers work, in order to make them more favorable and actually synergistic with multi-classing.
Interesting.
Especially with casters, especially in the earlier editions, some of the biggest problems with casters were, again, they were powerful when you leveled them up. But if you have a multi-classed caster who can only attack once per round or spell once per round, and it's going to take you 3 times as long to get a powerful spell, being that multi-class was so difficult. It was like literally a
It was
dedication.
cool, except not. It was
Yeah.
cool in concept. Like, hey, if I can do these things, but getting there.
It wasn't cool until it was. Instead of it's cool until it
very much
wasn't,
so.
it wasn't cool until it was.
Very much
And so they
so.
wanted to address this by making, especially spellcasters, but other classes, just a little bit more synergistic, and making it more accessible strategy-wise, instead of just being like, hey, you multi-classed, but really this was an invisible shot yourself in the foot. You know what I mean?
Right. Interesting.
So yeah, they really just wanted to try to focus on customization, really try to make sure that it felt proper. But at the same time, we also saw multi-classing start to kind of fall out of favor at this point as well. Didn't really happen a lot in 4th edition because it was just weird. But 5th edition, there's not a lot of multi-classing that typically happens in 5th edition. And I think this is because as 5th edition developed, subclassing became so the popular fad that the subclasses kind of took over, right? You were starting to have things like the Echo Knight, where you could have magic and fighter, you could have rogue and ranger, you could have these things meld, and they were not just synergistic, but they made more sense to the character build than they did the things I wanted to do. And I think that's what 5th edition eventually landed on, is they have the multi-classing, but it seems like they kind of let subclassing take that role, and that's why you don't see it as much.
Right.
Because realistically, when you look at the process, subclassing tends to be better in terms of progression.
And even when I think about subclass or multi-classing myself, I really have to ask myself, what am I giving up in my foundation? What am I giving up in what I started in? And what am I getting from these other things? Like, there will be a lot of people who do what I call dip multi-classing, where they don't actually want to be that other class. They just want that feature. Like, I just want to be able to have action surge. I just want to be able to have
I do that a lot.
Sneak attack or something like that.
Like, I love doing that, where I do like I do that mostly. Like, my number one build I do that with is my rogue mage. I'll usually have like a thief mage or something, where I'll be a rogue primarily, but I'll dip in magic just to get a few range spells, or to get some like illusionary spells, and just to heighten my rogue stuff.
I'll do the exact same thing with, I'll dip into rogue, or I'll dip into like barbarian or monk, because rogue, you like, I think within the first 2 levels you can get cunning action, where you can dodge, hide, and disengage as a bonus action, or you can get what's the armor called, the unarmored defense. With either monk or like, that is huge. Not having to wear armor.
That's the thing, is like, realistically, is it worth multi-classing for that? Or again, would it just be better to have a subclass that had that power? Like, that's where I think 5th edition started to ask those questions, is if you can get it without having to really, in lore wise, be as something completely different. Like, who really changes careers just for that one benefit?
Yes.
Right? That's the problem, is multi-classing is if you want all of it, subclassing is if you want trace amounts.
I genuinely think, like, now that the only real reason for multi-classing should be narratively. And what I mean by that is, it's like, hey, I'm going along this journey. I have been a fighter my entire life. This is what I've done. And now I have run into a pivotal point in my life where I am now in a place where I'm genuinely learning new skills, and I'm genuinely going a different direction, and it literally makes sense. Maybe I had a near-death experience, and a god saved me, and now I'm going down the road of being a cleric instead of whatever else.
And I love that for narrative, because that was actually what happened with my very first character, Dice. That was how I explained, because he was multi-class, and that's how I actually explained it. He was a fighter thief, but the way I explained it, because I had a certain build in mind, but it didn't quite work the way narratively, like it didn't really make sense. So the way I always explained it was that he was a fighter by trade, thief by necessity. So he was born and raised to be a fighter. He had trained to be a fighter, but life took him in the wrong direction, and to survive, he had to learn to basically get his own. Pickpocketing, stealing, sneaking around, stealing food. So it's like, it wasn't just being a rogue. It was just more of I became, my backstory was like, I basically became a street urchin, and I was a fighter so I could defend myself. But I can't just bully people every time I want a food. But it was easy to sneak into a place and get food. It was easy to hide out. So I wrote it in my narrative why I was multi-classed. It was I was a fighter by trade, but life made me survive as a rogue, and that's why I have both.
For sure.
And most of it was, again, it was mainly I wanted a couple of rogue features, but I didn't want to be a rogue. I wanted to be a fighter, but I wanted some of those like actual like benefits of having the rogue. So yeah, I agree with you on terms of like multiclassing is way better when it has a lore base, because again, it's like it's a bigger sacrifice, I think, to multiclass, and especially the way that games are run now. I think this is why we don't see triple classing like at all. I think that's why triple classing has very rarely been a thing, but I think the reason why we don't see it very much is the typical way games are run nowadays. They are run far too fast paced to handle a tri-class, right? And what I mean by that is like a lot of these games, you know, whether they're benchmarking every couple, you know, games are leveling up or whatnot, or just the way that DMs accelerate combat, you know, whether they're doing it off a CR or if they're just saying, hey, every time you're going to fight something harder and harder, a triple class will just never keep up with the rest of the party. You know what I mean? If you have a triple class character and you're with a party of 5 other people who are subclassing or at bare minimum multiclassing, you're going to be so far behind with your 3 classes, because by the time they're all level 10, you're level 331.
There are especially in 5th edition,
or 333.
There are certain benchmark levels in every class that you get significant things, and one of those benchmark levels is level 5, right?
Yeah.
Think about it. If you're triple classing, you're not going to hit those benchmarks in all your classes. That first benchmark until you're level 15.
Yeah, you're
because you have
level
to get
15.
at least 5 in all of those. It's going to be so
hard. And think about
hard.
that is you're going to have to wait till level 7, whereas everyone's getting maybe a mid-level, like, you know, it's level 7, sometimes they get the, like the off-level abilities.
Yeah,
or like
level 3 is pretty cool,
right?
But
But
again,
I mean, like subclasses will get stuff at level 7. So while everyone's getting their subclass bonuses, you're just now getting your first level 5. Your first level 5, because your other 2 were level 1s, right? So your first level 5 had to, you know, it's like. I think the reason we don't see tri-classing isn't because it's not available anymore. I think that the way that the games are run, it just doesn't work for most people, because the progression either isn't fluid, it isn't fast enough, or it's not dynamic, it's not impactful enough.
right?
Until much later. Now, granted, if you started everybody at level 10, and you could say that you were maybe like a level 631, you know, like I could start to see it if we started that late, but starting at like 3rd level or 5th level as a tri-class, I just think most people find it boring and it would just take too long. And I don't think most gaming sessions, like the most campaigns, are built for that. So I think that's why it's out
fair.
of popularity. But yeah, so that was basically the entire history of multiclassing. Now, we're not done. We do have some more to talk to y'all about. But that was the entire history of multiclassing, all the way from 1st edition, where it was first introduced with dual classing, all the way through 5th edition, where we've gotten rid of dual classing. We've more finalized what multiclassing is. We've tried to balance it a little bit more. And we've gone through some changes along the way.
Very much so.
Changes. And we've already gone over the difference between multiclassing and dual classing. Basically, multiclassing is multiple classes at the same time, so leveling up simultaneously through the use of XP, or just every time, you know, in the case of 3rd edition, every time you leveled up, you just threw it at whatever class you wanted. Other things that this benefited from is that, you know, your character would actually gain the benefits from both with multiclassing, so you get the hit points, abilities, and spells of both classes. But you have to meet, you know, the bare minimum requirements for both. So that was kind of, you know, some of the balancing that they did with there. And what was really nice about another cool thing about multiclassing too is that it gives you basically the choice, kind of like Advantage. It gives you the best of either world, not the best of both, but the best of either. Meaning, whatever ability check you may have done, it will come from whichever class had the best. Like, so if you have a fighter mage and you go to do a melee attack, you're going to use the fighter's melee bonuses because they're better, right? They're gonna
Right.
Their attack
100%,
bonus
yes.
is what's going to be used. Whereas if you do a spell, you're going to get whatever mage bonus that class gets, right?
Yes.
So you're going to get the best of whatever it is that you're using, which is another benefit of multiclassing. And while it does slow everything down a little bit, it just gives you more diversity. And then, of course, dual classing was you start in one class, you stop in that class, and then you start in a brand new class from level 1. And then once you equalize or surpass that previous class, then you get all of the abilities, right? Because they would temporarily be unlocked for you or locked down for you while you were leveling up. And yeah, you had to basically level up and beat your previous. So if you leveled up as a level 10 fighter and then changed to rogue, you'd have to be a level 10 rogue before you could do any of your fighter stuff. But once you became a level 10 rogue, you are now fully a level 10 rogue and a level 10 fighter with every ability that you had, and you can mix and match to your heart's content. And as far as I understand, there was no limitation. So you could do that 3, 4, 5 times. So, I mean, you could be a level 5 rogue and then change and then be now at level 10, you can be a level 5 rogue, 5 fighter. And then at level 15, be a 5 mage, 5 rogue, 5. It would be terrible to do it that way.
Would, in those earlier editions, was there ever actually a level cap? Like, were you actually capped at level 20?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure every edition has technically been capped at level 20. Officially, level 20 has always been the level cap.
Okay.
And that's just mostly, I think for the most part, that's just because, especially in the very early editions, even though most of this game was based off of the original gameplay of Gary Gygax and his buddies, and although they played kind of like open-ended stories, they always made the game kind of assume that there was going to be an end goal. Like, not like everything had like a final boss, but like it was always intended that you would cycle through and reset the story. You wouldn't just infinitely game the same character forever. That was never really the intention. So yeah, it was always intended that you would basically cap out at level 20.
And I feel like it would just be possible to make level ups into infinity. Like, there's got to be a cap somewhere. You know what I mean?
I mean, I learned how to do it, but it just comes with a lot more complexity.
Yes.
But I also learned how to do it for my DM, so...
It's doable, but...
It is doable to go past level 20. It's doable to be infinite. It's just... It's how much effort are you willing to put into scalability and what that means. And can you even play? Like, I mean, in the terms of, can you DM that high of a gameplay? Like, I'll be honest, I don't want to say that. I think there are a lot of DMs who struggle with post 10th level gameplay in 2 different ways. One, they either struggle with the players being basically smarter because at that level, like, the players just have so much going on, it's hard to remember what everyone can do and it's hard to balance it. Or the struggle is that they just don't know how to provide a consistent growing challenge without it just being more life and heavy hitters, right? It's the game. It's like the video game fallacy that I hate about what makes the game more difficult. Giving the boss more health and making them hit harder does not make the game more difficult. I will die on that hill. There is nothing you can tell me that justifies the same exact battle, but just giving the boss more health and hits harder does not make it more challenging. It just
makes it longer.
Like yeah,
really.
Because if it's the same exact battle, if it's the same skill sets, I just have to be more perfect. That's just practice. It's not charter. You didn't change anything. I don't have to think differently. I just have to be more repetitive. I just have to do it more times, right? There's a big difference in terms of challenge versus ability to do it, right? Like, I don't know.
No,
I don't know how to say it. I've never liked the idea that
I know what you mean.
The guys have more health and their bullets hit harder, so therefore it's a bigger challenge. It's like, that's not a bigger challenge. Like, having more guys, having them do something different. You know what I mean? Having them walk a different path, having them have a different, like, awareness, so it's harder to sneak up on. Like, those are different challenges, but simply just harder, as in harder, harder to hit and harder to damage, and that's just long. That's just hours.
Right.
That's time taken out of my day. I don't want time taken out of my day. I want complexity. I want the final boss to have a shield that I've never seen and I have to learn how to take down. You know what I mean? Like, that's hard. That's difficult. Making the fight longer is just making the fight longer.
Exactly.
And that's just my personal opinion on that. But yeah, so those were a lot of the differences that we saw from each one, and then your questions on max leveling and everything. Yeah, pretty much all the additions stop at 20. I don't believe in that. I think everybody should continue to be able to do whatever the fuck they want. So yes, in High Point, you can go beyond level 20. There are plenty of levels beyond level 20, but essentially, although I don't have a cap in High Point, there technically is no cap in High Point in terms of level. If you can survive long enough and you can continue learning and you're alive, why wouldn't you, right? Like, masters don't stop learning. They just learn a different thing to master, right? Like, if you're an elf, like, think about it. If an elf can live to be 1,000 years old and a human can live to be 40 or an 80, right? Let's say a human can live to be 80 and an elf can live to be 800. And you're telling me they both have a learning cap? They both get to level 20 within, 5 years of their actual in-game life? Maybe 10 years, and that's it. They both reach the absolute peak of their knowledge in the same time frame. One's just going to hold on to it for 2 centuries.
For a much longer time period.
I don't believe that, right? That elf lives longer, has more abilities to continue learning. Why wouldn't they be able to continue? The question is, why would you? Because in High Point, the thing is that you could. You can absolutely do that. And I'm not saying that, I would prevent anyone from doing it. But by the time you're doing that, either A, the gameplay is so drastically changed that I don't know if it'd be that fun anymore to just, keep slogging through dungeons or going after BBEGs. Like, there's a point at which it's like you're basically just playing Marvel superheroes. Like, you're never going to die, but you're also like, the challenge is more about how cool does it look and less am I gonna accomplish it, right? So how fun can
why
that be?
Why does they give me godly entertainer vibes?
Exactly. It's very much like that, where it's not about whether or not you die, it's not about whether you win, it's about how you win. Yes. And that's kind of what beyond 20th level gameplay in High Point kind of starts to feel like. But there's a reason for that. It's not because I'm trying to get you to stop playing. Like, you can keep, if you love that kind of gameplay, we'll keep playing that. But the point is because after level 20, if you do continue, you basically start to gain the attention of people. Like, at level 10, you're a named fighter, you're a named wizard, you're renowned in your region, you're renowned what you would call locally. When you're 20th level, that locality extends. When you're 20th level, it's not just your region, it's your kingdom, it's the continent that knows your name. You are a legend at level 20. Children go to bed with your name said to them in bedtime stories. There are towns that have your statue. You can, people don't really quite understand, level 20 is really supposed to represent, famous generals in history are level 20.
Out of curiosity, if there were somebody alive today that was level 20 in whatever it is, whether they're a rapper because they're a bard or they're fighter and they're, who would you say qualifies, that's like that? They could be preferably a real person.
Like Matt Mercer, Mulligan.
Okay.
Yeah, they're the level 20s. They're the level 20 bards of D&D.
Okay.
Because again, at that point, they are basically akin to what you would consider a household name in their communities. They are world renowned. People know them everywhere. They're not just locally on Twitch, right? Like Twitch, a Twitch streamer. Michael Jordan would be a 20th level.
Okay.
Like a Twitch streamer, you could say a Twitch streamer, a famous Twitch streamer. People who know them on Twitch, like they are synonymous with Twitch in their sphere, that would be like a 10th, maybe 15th level.
Okay.
Matt Mercer is a name that you don't have to be on Twitch. Might have to be on YouTube.
You don't even have to necessarily play D&D.
But if you're in D&D sphere, you know that name.
Yeah.
That is a 20th level. If you're in the sphere, again, not everyone knows a fighter's name, but any town that they've saved, anybody who's ever followed that class, basically, if you follow the fighter, everyone knows Mike Tyson. If you're a boxer, you know who Mike Tyson is. You don't even have to be alive to see. You didn't have to be alive when he was boxing to not know who that is.
That's why I even brought up Michael Jordan, is because I'm the type of dude, I don't follow any sports at all.
But you know that name.
But there are certain names that no matter what, I know who you are. I know who Michael Jordan is. I know
if you're
who
a
Babe
fighter
Ruth
and have
is.
no interest in magic, you still know the name Mordekainen.
Probably.
There is no one in D&D who is aware of magic who doesn't know the name Mordekainen, because they made magic popular. They made it accessible. Because remember, like we said, raw with lore, spells are just the recipes that were reproducible by anyone. They weren't the best spells. They were literally the most diluted ones that could be mass, replicated en masse, which means that they aren't the best spells. They're just the ones that the masters were able to replicate, right? So that's like, I'm trying to think of like a good example, like Michael Jordan, right? Like, he was able to do things that, yes, we see his techniques in basketball now. They were new when he did them, but we'll see them reproduced. But you also don't see everyone doing, the jump shot from the free throw line. That's not something that everybody just does. That's his thing. Whereas, everybody can do maybe some of the passes that he's done, maybe some of the jukes that he's done, but no one's recreating that epic leap, that shot that he has. And that's what I'm talking about, right?
But there are certain people that I would even say have made certain techniques popular. It's like,
100%.
Like, hey, nobody started doing X, Y, and Z. Like, put it this way, a bunch of people can do the moonwalk now.
Yes.
But it's all because of Michael Jackson.
And that's kind of like a Mordenkainen thing, right?
Yes.
The moonwalk is synonymous, and everybody knows who it came from, but it's reproducible. Now, not everybody can do the Michael Jackson dance. Like, not everyone can dance like Michael Jackson. Not everyone can sing like him. Not everyone can move like him. But you can learn to recreate the moonwalk. Like, and that's the idea, right? You can
mimic his sound effects.
Yeah, and it's like, so then you want to talk about what is a beyond 20th level? Because like I said, there's technically, you want to know what beyond 20th level looks like in the real world? That's Eminem. Eminem is beyond 20th level. That is someone who, it does not matter where you're from. It does not matter what music you listen to. Eminem is a name that you would be hard pressed to go and not be able to find someone like at all who doesn't know that name. And again, you could always find somewhere, but
yes.
The idea is that I could guarantee you that name is synonymous on every continent. I can almost guarantee money on the table that name is on every continent.
What about Elvis?
See, Elvis is unique because while it may be world renowned, I would not, and I don't know this for a fact, but I don't know the true worldwide level of popularity of Elvis. I know his renown. Just like the Beatles are world renowned, but I don't know how the Beatles' worldwide population of fans compare to Elvis, compared to Eminem, right?
Interesting.
I'm not saying that Eminem is worldwide more than any of them, but I know for a fact if I were to choose any three of them,
you could say I can measure his scale based upon what I've seen. I haven't seen the same.
And I wasn't, because I wasn't alive for their peak, but I know their names. I wasn't alive for the peak of Elvis, but damn right I know his name. I know I know what he did to music. I know what effect he has on people, and I know his followers. I know a lot of his artifacts, right? I know all of this shit.
Fair.
But did he do to music what Eminem did to rap? Like, did he fundamentally change it, or was he just really good at what he did? Like, that's what I'm saying. Is like someone who went beyond 20th level isn't just notoriety. Eminem didn't just become popular and peak. He said, cool, where's the next ceiling, bitches? It was so it's like I made gold. What's after gold? Platinum? Okay, what's after platinum? Like,
So he's Goku.
He keeps
like
going.
Super Saiyan.
And the thing
2, and then 3, and then God.
And he never, he doesn't rest on his laurels. Someone comes out and challenges him. Every decade, he's like, you think I'm done? And then comes back and then does more than ever before. Like, think about it. When Rap God came out, he set a world record for speed. Now you have speed rappers all over the place beating that level. But he was the one who said, oh, you thought I lost my shit? Hold up. New record on the table. And then what happened a couple years later, people were like, aha, see, you ain't that shit. And he's like, oh, I'm going to put out this album that y'all are going to like and hate at the same time. But then I'm going to surprise you with this album and then make you shit your pants because now you're worried about what I'm going to say. And that was, Music to Be Murdered By, was just an album that came out, and everyone, after Kamikaze, he came out with that, and people were like, oh, fuck, what's he about to say now? You know what I mean? Like, every time he comes out, every time someone takes a swing at him and he comes back, that's when everyone takes a step back, like, oh, shit, he ain't done. And he does it better. He doesn't just come out, this is not Slim Shady that we listen to anymore, right? This is not the 90s version of what we listen to.
This is very true.
He is different and ever evolving. Very, very few artists have been able to not only change the face of their industry, but continue to do so, continue to go above and beyond.
Not only change the face of the industry, but change the face of yourself as well.
Exactly.
It's like he's evolving with the time, not just the...
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say the Beatles ever did that. I would never say the Beatles evolved like that.
I would agree. The Beatles are
timeless.
What they are.
The Beatles are timeless. I love Kiss. Kiss is one of my favorite bands. They are timeless, yet they were not. They did not evolve. They were, to this day on tour, they are still the greatest band, but that is not the same thing as what...
Interesting. I would say towards their end, and because my favorite band, Linkin Park, right? I look at how they started way back in the day, and they were always, from my perspective, they were pioneers of their time. Like, what Linkin Park did, I don't think anybody else ever did. I wouldn't necessarily say they started a wave. I wouldn't say there's a bunch of other people doing what they did.
And you know what that was? That was level 10. They were known in their area, and they were influential in their area, but that influence didn't have knock-on effects, right? Like, they were influential in their lane.
But at the same time, I would say that, especially towards the end of what they did, they were doing a very similar vibe to Eminem, as they were evolving. Like their entire image, it evolved with the times that were coming.
And that's what I'm saying. Like that's that evolution from like 10th to 20th level, right?
Own creative way.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. So like that was a really cool question of like what represents that in the real world, right? Because like I said, like there's a point at which you could keep doing that. But like in the real world, like with Eminem, right? There's a stage at which Eminem is not just a rapper anymore, right? He is a producer. He owns a record label. Like, he is so much more to the rap industry than just a rapper, right? Someone who just puts lyrics on a track.
Right.
He makes his songs from scratch, right? He brings up other artists. Like, he finds new artists. Like, you know, he brought out 50 Cent. Like, we have 50 Cent because of him. So it's stuff like that, right? Like, there's always something you could be doing more. But at some point, do you just want to get better at rapping, or do you want to actually take control of the industry? So what did Eminem do? He didn't just stay a rapper as any 20th level mortal would do. I don't look at Eminem, to me, is beyond 20th level, but he also did what I would do in High Point. It's not just he's not like 30, 40, 50th level. That's where, like, in High Point, once after 20th level, you get enough attention, opportunities start to open up. And that's where you can ascend to immortalhood. That's where you can ascend to godhood. Basically, kind of, you know, using Eminem's own term, like being a rap god. It's not just that I don't call him a rap god because he's just that good at rapping, because he is. But it's everything else. It's the influences on the industry. It's the notoriety that his name comes with. If he backs another artist, that means something, right? It's not just money backing that artist. It's somebody who knows what the fuck they're talking about being, you know, basically saying this one has cred. Like, that's huge.
Right.
It's much bigger than saying I have, you know, someone paying my bills so I can make, you know, the best music. It's different when someone says, no, this guy has the talent. And everybody trusts that, wait, you're the biggest talent out there, and you say that has talent. That's, you know what I mean? Like, that's a different level of power. You know what I mean? And that's where I say, like, that's that kind of concept of, after 20th level, do you just keep getting better at what you do? Or do you eventually realize there's more that your potential has? And that's when you can go, you're not just doing the one thing you were. Now you control it. Just like a god, you now have a sphere of influence. Now you're responsible. Eminem he can put out whatever he wants, but he also has a responsibility to the whole industry. He is the face of an entire aspect of that industry now. He will never lose that.
Right.
For the rest of history, he has defined an entire era and genre. He owns that. That is like being a High Point god. That's his sphere of influence of speed rap, right? That's his shit. That he is the god of speed rapping. Even though there are other gods of music and other gods of rap in different areas, like, and I don't even say speed rapping because I'm not like Tech Nine and all that, but like his area of word manipulation. No one can match him on word manipulation. So yeah, it's just one of those really cool things where it's like, yeah, I love tying real world examples because it also helps solidify those ideas better. Because just saying you can go above 20th level doesn't really mean much. But when you put it into context, right, it's not just you're going to get more powers, you're going to get more feats, you're going to get more health. To me, it actually means that you are affecting the world. Like, if you chose to be a 20th level fighter and you wanted to continue gaming, you didn't want to just reset your character or build a new one. You're like, oh, I want to see what high level gaming is. you would find that in High Point, encounters have much more at cost now, in terms of you may have an encounter and it's still life or death for you, but how you win could have knock-on effects to your reputation. It could have knock-on effects to how people react, in terms of, let's say you go and kill, something, but you brutally do it, like just massacre it because you were having fun, right? Players have fun.
Sure.
But you're a well-known veteran. You're a named fighter. You're one of the most honorable fighters out there. And it's now known that you just massacred this thing, almost as if like it wasn't even a challenge for you. Why? Did you have to, you know what I mean? Suddenly people don't like now your reputation's tarnished in some areas because people don't think you're the hero that you were, right? Like what if you win a fight too easy? What if like first 2 hits are crits and you just, I'm done, decapitated him. And everyone's like, he didn't even have a chance. Like, dude, pick on someone your own size. You know what I mean? That could happen to you.
Right.
And that's something that the player wouldn't be noticeable at first. But it's one of those things where, hopefully, as the DM, I've given them a reason to bond with that character, right? They care about that point. It should have been at that point they understand what their notoriety means. But most players, I think, would assume, oh, that just means I'm famous and I can get away with anything.
Right.
But that's the whole point.
Interesting.
Look at what famous people do when they do bad things. Did everyone still like them? No.
A lot of times they get blown up.
Yeah, that's the cancel culture. So the idea is, if once you're level 20, you have a responsibility, right? And other things, right? That's just your own personal reputation. Let's say you go out and you kill a BBEG, right? Like your third one of your campaign, right? You're level 25. You're like, whatever, BBEGs. Let's say you kill this BBEG. And let's say you tried something new. Let's say, you tried a new technique, or you invented, one for your character, or let's just say that you approached this fight in a different way. And let's say that influenced a whole bunch of people, and now you see NPCs doing that. But let's say it was kind of one of those things where even after you were done, you're like, that was kind of sleazy. Like, I wouldn't feel proud to tell people I did that. But then all of a sudden you realize, like, all of your followers, all of these people that had pride in you, all these people that you were happy to be like, they're honorable fighters. They all of a sudden, they're all doing this, like, kicking dirt in people's faces, punching them in the gonads.
Stuff.
And you're like, what happened to the honorable fighting? And be like, but we saw you. We saw your greatness, and we shall become that. What if you show arrogance and ego, and then all of a sudden your followers start talking back to you because they look at you like a Sith. Mm-hmm. They start to go, that's what it takes. And all of a sudden, you don't have control over the people, right? People start, imagine you do all the great things. Maybe you're too good of a character. And you get the ire of a new BBEG that is your advisor. Maybe you did something that rubbed him the wrong way, and you secretly created a BBEG who is your right-hand man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, these are the things I think about, where when you get to that level, you kind of want to ascend away from that influence, because at a certain point when you're immortal, you're still affected by the mortalhood, but when you ascend, either into godhood or even just immortality, mortalhood perception doesn't matter anymore. You're an endless being, right?
Right.
These creatures will die in a century. A century will be a blink of an eye for you. What is your reputation now? Your reputation is much more about the influence, the way, the ripple effect of time, not just what these people think. And that's the idea, is at a certain point, what is life? Like One Punch Man. What's the point of One Punch Man if there isn't something to go after? If there isn't something harder to punch?
I mean, he is pretty depressed.
And what's the point if you know that there's nothing that you can't beat? So when you're level 20 and you start to gain that attention, and people start to give you opportunities, and someone approaches you and it's like, you should probably not be immortal anymore. You start to go, yeah, this is kind of boring. And why would I? And then you get to that point to where it's like, it's also ego. You're like, yeah, wouldn't it be a shame to die and waste all this fucking power? Look what I've done with it. What else could I do with an eternity with this? And that's where most immortals get their mindset, is it's not just greed and I don't want to die. There is a point to where it's like, it's actually a damn shame for all of this knowledge and power to just, because that's what it is. And from, the immortal mindset, anything immortal has is just gone. Just all of that potential, and God's just accept it because that's just how it is. But imagine a mortal realizing you have that potential to save everything you've ever done and continue. Like, it's a selfish pride thing of I'm not going to die, and others it's it's my job to humanity. And that's where you get the good gods. The gods who ascend and take on the good roles, the positive roles, the ones that are either designed to keep balance or spread the message that they had when they were alive, like when they were immortal.
Right.
That's the idea. They ascend and want to take on good godhood roles because they want to maintain the balance. They want to see all of their good hard work continue throughout eternity. Whereas you have the other gods who are bitter and upset, or, they didn't get all the things that they wanted in their mortalhood, so they ascended to then go wreak havoc and
do all the things.
Yeah. So, and that's the idea, right? Is like, there's got to be a point to which, is all of this worth risking your life anymore? Or would you rather put all of this power to actual use? Because also there's a point at which you start to realize as a mortal, even as a mortal at level 30, you'd start to realize the futility of what you do. A lot
of things.
Unless you become the tyrant king. Doesn't matter if you're a good tyrant. A tyrant basically meaning things are going to be done the way I see fit. Whether it's whether you are a great king, meaning I'm giving everybody taxes. I pay you taxes for living here. But a tyrant can still force that on people. A tyrant can still say, this is how we live here, and this is what you need to do in order. Like, it doesn't mean if it's good or bad. Tyrant doesn't have to be a bad thing. But if you're a warrior, that's not the role that you want to fill. But you realize no matter how many battles I win, no matter how many bad people I kill, there'll always be another one. They're always getting more powerful because you're not going to go after weaker guys, right? You're always going to, it gets boring if you just go after guys, you can just go, you're stop. Like, you're going to go after the harder fish. But there is, like, and that may be good. Maybe some people are like, I want to risk my life for that. But there's always going to be that tipping point, whether you get to old age, you get to boredom, whether the thrill of the death is no longer there. But there's going to be a point to where you're either just going to want to give up, and that's where you get the retirees who go open up a shop, or you get those who say, I can't let this all go to waste. And the next fight could literally lose everything. You're at that stake, so I love that narrative. I love, like you said, like always pushing that narrative of, it's not a railroad. It's not like you can't go past level 20. But I like to add in the narrative of, but why are you? Because at this point, what is it for? You're known everywhere. People follow you. You're One Punch Man. Nothing can touch you.
Right.
Why are you still here? Why aren't you, why risk your reputation by doing something you think is fine and then everybody else will hate you? Why do that when you could continue doing what you want to do for eternity? And of course, that's usually the pool that most people get of, okay.
Right.
And then we start Game Plus mode, which is just a whole different level of gaming and high point. But yeah, so that was a really cool, interesting concept of what equates to leveling in the real world.
Right. Interesting. Very interesting.
Like, I think that would put me, I would say that realistically puts me at, I would say, a level 5 DM. Nowhere near notoriety, nowhere near like level 10 named. I'm not, I'm way too far behind Mulligan and Matt Mercer to be named as like a level 10. But I'm well on my way. I'm established and confident in what I do. I have skill sets that I've honed. And I am beginning to have a adventure of my own, out here. And again, I think there's nothing wrong with saying that you're like a level 1 to 3, because I would say a level 3 is someone who's been DMing for years, has solid gaming groups who repeatedly come back. And that's level 3. But I think that difference is, again, when you think of, we're just purely going off of the named concept. It's how much more popular could you get beyond your friends.
It's interesting how you put that. You said you would consider yourself a level 5 DM. Does that mean that you would consider yourself as multiclassed?
What do you mean?
If DM is your class, theoretically speaking, and you're level 5 in it, would you consider yourself being multiclassed, as in you have other skill sets, you have levels in other things?
I mean, yes, technically, but I was just going based off of like just the direct representation of like,
sure.
What is a 20th level rapper?
Right.
So as a DM, purely based off of that skill set, I would consider myself level 5. On the way, well established,
Okay.
confident in my skill sets, but plenty to learn, and I'm only just beginning. Like realistically,
For sure.
as a DM of not just popularity, I don't mean like 10th level as in I have to be well known and established, but I don't have many gaming groups outside of my friends. I don't have a network of games. Like, there's a point at which it's not just about public notoriety, but
Okay.
if I were to go to, like, let's say local game shops and host DMing sessions there, that would probably level me up to like a level 8 because I'd start to expand my abilities beyond people who know me. Now, granted, Twitch is doing the same thing.
Right.
But that's my idea of when I think of leveling up, because my concept is level 10 means named, means you've established yourself in a community of some sort, locally or otherwise. That's why I think I'm halfway to establishing myself in a community, but I have a long way to go.
What about, so theoretically, if you are solo classed, right? You only did one class all the way up to level 20. That's your notoriety status. That's kind of what we're referring to. Imagine somebody who got to level 20, but they only have 5 levels in 4 different classes. Would you say that they would have equal notoriety, or they would have different notoriety spread across 4 different mindsets?
It's getting a really weird conversation, but I see where you're going with this. I don't think it works that way because no one is known for their combination. Like, you don't know someone because they know a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of that. You know them for something, and then you find out they have others, right? Like, there's no famous doctor who also is a dentist and he also happens to, do gardening. That's not why he's known. He may have been a famous brain surgeon who also happens to have a doctorate and he passed the bar. Those are cool things that he did, but you would never know him because he's a doctor who passed the bar.
Right.
You would know him for the famous thing he did as a doctor, and then it would just be more impressive. He also passed the bar. So in that respect, like, to be a combined level 20, no, you wouldn't be named because you would be me. You would be mediocre in all of those things. That would be like saying, I do this, but I'm also level 5 at my job. So I'm never going to be known for what I do at my work and what I do at here. But if I get popular here, people might find out what I do for work.
Right.
If I got an award at work, people might find out by talking to me that I stream. But no one's going to know me because I have that job and because I stream.
that definitely for me, that articulates a very specific mindset about what we're talking about when you look at what sort of brings out a certain aspect of you, what brings out this element of notoriety. It's like you go and you inspire and you influence in a specific field, genre, whatever it is. And like Michael Jordan, like, he may have played baseball, he may have played those other sports, but
you only
he
know that
is famous because he is a basketball player.
You only know that he played baseball because he took a break from his very popular basketball career
now
to do that.
That's actually an interesting, I know this is getting real crazy, but that's a very interesting point because Michael Jordan is what I would consider a definition of somebody who is taking multiple subclasses.
I disagree, but I think that's a conversation that's not really meant for this, but an athlete's an athlete. Like, yes, you could say different sports or subclasses. I disagree in the sense that
tell me he didn't have to restart learning.
I think it's just mainly because I don't consider a sport a class. Like, it is a skill set, but it is more of a... It's more of a skill set than it is an entire class. Being an athlete is a class because you have to know how to eat, how to work out, how to maintain your body.
Which is why I was referring to subclasses.
And I can see why you're saying like subclass, but I don't know. That just might be a conversation that's
for sure. But
yeah, the interesting idea of like, because there is no one known because they did a whole bunch of stuff. They are known for something, and then you are impressed about anything else that they've done. So yeah, it would be really interesting to have, like, in real life, there's probably plenty of people who are mildly successful at multiple things, but it's not the accumulative mild success that you know about. It's going to be that breakout moment. It's going to be that one thing that got them famous, and then everything else might help them continue the fame. Like the closest thing, that's what I want to say. The closest thing a real life person would have to multiclassing, like a real good example, would be someone who like constantly innovates in the same space, in the sense of like someone who starts up the same type of company, but always does it in a different, like the next time they do it, it's like a completely different way. Almost in the sense of like they're multiclassing, where it's like they're still doing that same
Somebody
thing.
who works for Apple, but they start by developing a phone, and they start by programming a phone, and then they move on to...
Exactly. That would be like multiclassing, because it's like you're still working in like that tech field, but every time you do something, you're changing the game. You're changing the way someone approaches it, right? Like everyone's always built cars like this, and everyone's always done, you know, things this way with a company. And then Henry Ford came out and said, well, what if I just had people work 8 hours instead of like 15? Like they'd probably be more well rested and work harder for me, right? That's like the concept of you broke the mold on doing the same thing everyone else has always done. You were doing the same thing forever. And then you finally realized I could do it differently and get better results. That's, in an abstract way, kind of like multiclassing. You did the same thing everyone else has always done, but you did it in a different way.
Okay.
I don't know if that's any different than your subclassing thing, but that's a very weird conversation we got into. But that happens. That happens.
A little extra.
Hey,
whatever. Don't
that's
judge
a short
me.
right there. What is multiclassing in real life? There's a TikTok short or a YouTube short that we'll get out here in maybe the next year or two. All right. Let's see. Did I have anything else? I think the only other thing we wanted to talk about today was essentially, and we've kind of just sprinkled it in, but essentially it was the essence of tri-classing, because this did have a slightly different, mostly the same history. It was mostly just multi-classing,
right,
with the ability to go to tri-classing, but there were some notable exceptions. So in first edition, even though we did get to see it, technically there was a limit to tri-classing, because it was only specific to certain races, not every non-human race, but only certain subsets of those ones. I think elves and gnomes could tri-class.
Okay.
But like full elves, not half elves. So it's like those kind of things were like a little bit more divided up. And then otherwise it was still treated the same way, but I think they just had more. I don't even know why. It was kind of like, I think it was just one of those, they had an idea, but because of, again, the influences, it was more like maybe lore-wise, like real world lore and real world mythos was just, it made sense that those that could live the longest or those that had those kind of lifestyles would be able to garner enough information. Whereas a human, you basically are going to just be good at one or two things.
For as long as you can live.
Yeah. And then second edition, they also had tri-classing, but they also just try to make it a little bit better in terms of, again, with the improvement of the classes, they try to add more benefits, but tri-classing always struggled. It was always slow, and it, like you said, every edition kind of added things that were cornerstones. You know, third and fifth levels always tended to get a cornerstone for the classes, starting in like third edition, fifth edition. And that's where tri-classing really struggles, is unless you're starting off at a more advanced level, tri-classing is always going to kneecap you in the early stages. And again, that really isn't a problem if your DM knows how to pace. But if you don't have the proper pacing of the campaign, you're always going to be left behind. Let's see. Fourth edition got rid of tri-classing, and then fifth edition, technically, yes, fifth edition does have tri-classing, but I think similar to everything else we've seen, especially with subclasses, I think fifth edition out of all of them suffers the most from tri-classing.
Okay.
Because fifth edition, I think, just has the, for lack of a better word, I don't even like how I'm about to say this. I'm saying this now. I do not like how I'm about to say this. I literally cannot think of a better way to say it. But fifth edition suffers the most from, like, bad encounter setup. Like, it's just the way that fifth edition is designed to set up encounters and the progression of them. It's just not, again, it really depends on the DM, but by the standard way and by the expectation, it is not built to handle, or it's not built to accommodate someone tri-classing in terms of all of the other editions and how like the combat is implemented and design, basically how it's represented for DMs to build it,
Right,
and
right.
how the community has built them. Fifth edition, like I said, kind of dry, kind of mechanical. A lot of people will try to use like CRs to build up a thing, but the idea is that fifth edition just has this idea, kind of like a video game, where it like we talked about this on a previous thing, where it's like, why is it that you can play in a game where you start in a town and people are like kind of hard to like fight, like your childhood bully is a hard thing to fight.
Yeah.
You leave for 10 years, you come back a level 10 warrior who has literally taken down dragons, and that bully who's stayed in this town, who has never left, is still just as hard to fight. You've gone off and led armies to battle. You have sucker punched a demon, and yet your high school bully or your childhood bully,
Still kicking your butt,
who's just a farm boy who has never left, can just flatten you and is equally as dangerous. This is what I don't like about the standard concept of leveling equaling the player level. I do not like leveling that scales with the players, because it doesn't make any sense. Now, I'm not saying that if they just stay in a low level, like you just keep feeding them low stuff, they can get the attention of higher level creatures in the same area. But I don't like this idea that if I've gone to a place and I'm very understanding of what's there, and then I come back later stronger, why did everything here get stronger? It's not, it does, if I fought a rabbit and then I come back 10 years later, why are the rabbits stronger? Do people just come over here every week and fight the rabbits to make them stronger? It doesn't.
It was a daddy rabbit.
It doesn't make sense. I don't like
Very
that.
much so.
Again, narratively, I like crafting my encounters to what makes sense. You know what I mean? I'm always going to give a challenge, but I just don't like the idea. Think about that from the character's point of view. Think about that. If you went your entire life, imagine in real world, if the way that combat encounters in D&D worked in real life. Imagine that means that every time you had a disagreement in your life, every time that you had a disagreement that led to an argument of any level with somebody, you knew for a fact the next one was going to escalate even a little bit higher. So one time you have an argument with someone and you both disagree and you're like, whatever. You know the next time you're going to disagree and fight them on it. Then the next time they're going to fight you. Because the next time that disagreement can't be anything less than what you've seen before. So every time you argue, then one day, it's not even going to be your control. One day you're going to raise your voice, and you're going to be like, fuck, next time they're going to raise their voice. And then the next time you're going to be screaming at each other. And then eventually you're going to throw punches. Then the next time you're going to have to start bringing knives to every argument, because eventually someone's going to pull a knife. You know what I mean? Like, if you really try to take what D&D says you should do and escalate it, but apply that, think about what the characters think. Every time I get into a fight, why am I always almost dying? I'm literally brought to 1 hit point. I'm bleeding out. I'm almost passed out. Why do I keep doing this? Why do I keep provoking these people who almost bring me to death? And it's literally my buddies or a random fluke because he tripped that I always survive. Because that's, what happens in combat, right? It's
a lot of the times.
It's that moment where if you were to raw with lore, if you were to apply lore and context to these characters, why would they keep picking fights with things that they know are going to almost kill them? Why wouldn't they question, why is it that every time I go to a town, the guys get stronger? Like, we've never gone to a town where the guys weren't just beefier than the last. Why do they always have better weapons? Why is it that they always have better dude, when was the last time we saw leather armor? It's been like 4 years. We got ambushed by them with leather armor. I haven't seen leather armor in 4 years. And all we deal is with fucking merchants and farmers. Why are they all in plate armor? Like, your characters would go fucking insane if they had that kind of meta knowledge about what the world was happening. But I get it, narratively speaking, they're just stronger. They're going to go fight stronger people. But that's not really what's happening. It's just that the people are stronger. And that's where it's just that whole, there's a disconnect there for me. And it's mainly because sometimes the combats just don't feel right. Like you go into a bar and there's like just some random troll and it's like, why is he here? Like, okay, this is the fight that you're doing. That might be a little bit of exaggeration, but you know what I mean? Like sometimes there's just fights with creatures that don't make sense of why they're here. You just decided, somebody was traveling with them and they escaped.
Well, I guess it's happening now.
Yeah. And it's
I really wanted to use a monster. I don't care if you're in the middle of a city.
But
there's
not
a
just
circus nearby.
No, not just what makes sense too, but one thing I think misses in a lot of games, and it's just that, again, when you're low level and you have some good NPCs and you see them do something cool, it's supposed to kind of like encourage you to be like, I can't wait till I can do that. The problem is you never get to do that. And what I mean is you might be able to recreate that power. You might be able to recreate what that NPC did, but it will never have the same effect. Why? Because either your roll will suck and it won't, go off as perfectly, or it won't be in the same context. Like that NPC did that because you wanted to represent this NPC as being powerful and more powerful than them. So cutscene wise, you made them do something. But when the player does it, you're like, okay, yeah, cool. You pull it off and it does damage. Bro, last time this happened, there was like a 5-minute dialogue and you narrated this whole thing. And I literally did exactly what he did. And it's just you did damage. Move on. Like, that's where I get the disconnect from DMs, where it's like, why did you talk this up? And then you see that they want to live it. You see that you hyped them up for this, and then you just
killed it.
Yeah, you're just like, okay, whatever. Who cares? Yeah, you got the power. It's like it's like the problem with DMs is we ask players to constantly strive to be better at something, but we never let them realize they've gotten better. And that's where once in a while I like to throw my players I don't want to say a gimme fight, but contextually,
I call it a showcase almost.
But it's more like a contextually, I want them to have a fight I know is 100% in their advantage. Like, because you went here, like, one of my favorite things is to throw an ambush that is so wildly dumb that even, like, in-game, it's better off that you would just laugh at them. Like, you would most likely just laugh at them than fight them. Like, because it would happen. I don't think it would literally happen to a very powerful warrior that he gets ambushed by fucking teenagers who know no better, and then you have the choice to either slaughter the kids or teach them a lesson.
Having a situation where, not necessarily where it's dumb, but where I've seen this exact thing before. Imagine you as players, you get ambushed when you guys are level 2 and you're like, holy crap, we almost died. That was scary. But then now you guys are level 10 and you guys are approaching the situation. You're like, hold up a freaking second. This looks mad familiar. And you know exactly what's going to happen. And so while the situation is exactly the same, you wipe the floor with the situation. Not only are you more powerful, you're more prepared, you're more aware, you feel like the experience you've had actually went somewhere, which is kind of why I like making it feel like there's those, I've mentioned it before, there's just moments in these games where you level up in a game and it gives you instructions on how to use your new abilities, and then right after it gives you those instructions, it's all right, let's see what you got.
Something needs that ability.
And it's not necessarily that whatever it is you're fighting is easy to fight, but it does. It gives you that opportunity to be like, oh my gosh, this is how I can use this. This is how valuable this can be. I feel like the person that I'm trying to become because it's right there.
Exactly. And that's always been a big thing for me, is like, you don't need to add these a lot of the times, but every now and again, just, you got to remind your players how far they've come. Give them an old enemy that hasn't gotten any better. Give them like you said, a similar situation. Just give them something that allows them to have that moment where they look fucking cool.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Very
where
much
an NPC notes them, or they inflict, an inspiration on some kid, and then you call back to that later and find out that kid went and saved his town because of you, right? Like, there's so many ways to both in and out of game highlight what the players and the characters have done. But a lot of the times people just look at, well, it's supposed to be hard, it's supposed to be a challenge. It's like, it is, but that challenge is supposed to lead somewhere. And if it's always just a new challenge, then there's never a payoff. I get stronger, but so do the enemies. Therefore, my strength does not matter. It's because again, if you really think about it, if you scaled the game, your very first fight at level 1 will be no different than your fight at level 20. It will just take longer. If you scale like if you do that whole linear scaling where every fight is scaled exactly to your level, then technically your very first fight at level 1 is no different than your fight at level 20 with a BBEG. It's just taking longer because you have more health, you hit harder, and you have more things you can do, more dice you can roll. But if the scale is the same, you could revert the BBEG and you back to maybe he was level 5 when you were level 1. It doesn't matter. If you scale it, it's the same fucking fight. That's what I don't like. I don't like the idea that all of my hard work, all it's doing is making me look cooler in combat with the things I get to say I'm doing. But literally, my character's not any different than he was because it's the same challenge, and therefore I'm not any better. I'm just doing different things.
Right.
And that's where I personally like to see more. And as a DM, I like to provide more. I like to provide, my players with just once in a while opportunities where it's like, let's say you have a character who like is really trying to like intimidate or persuade someone, and they're constantly getting bad rolls. Throw them an NPC that just is timid, that doesn't need a roll, and just like after a couple levels, when he's just a big bulking brute, just let them fucking intimidate him without a roll. Just be like, I want to go up to this person, grab him, just tap him on the shoulder, and then just say something intimidating. Just be like, you know what? He just turns around slowly. You see his eyes go wide, blood drains from his face, and he just sits there in shock and doesn't move. Like, you know what I mean? Like that. Why can't you do that instead of making them fail every single time?
Right.
Like, just once in a while, you got to let people know that they've accomplished the thing that they were trying to accomplish.
100%.
You know what I mean?
100%.
Sometimes it can be a freebie, sometimes not. Let the rogue, like, seriously, you have a rogue who's constantly trying to, like, just constantly doing the thing where they just want to be constantly never seen. They're always in the shadow, always in this, always in that. Throw them a bone once in a while, and literally in the narrative, have an NPC just suddenly notice them. They never try to hide, but just do that thing when the NPC turns around and gets startled because they're like, oh, I didn't know there were 4 of you. Excuse me. Like, just that whole thing of like...
Why are you so quiet?
Because you were just so... you've just naturally drifted into the back. Like, those little things are just little... Like, those moments where the players can be like, it's working. It's working. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
It's that accomplishment. It's not... I think too many DMs think that you winning a fight is an accomplishment. Me leveling my character up to do the things I want to do with it is the accomplishment. But if those things that I do aren't really beneficial, right? Like I learn a new attack, but if that new attack really isn't any more beneficial in combat as my previous attacks, even though it does more damage, but again, if the enemies are scaled, that new attack isn't actually more beneficial than the last attack in ratio. It may do 8 more points of damage, but the enemy has 16 more points of damage, which means I have to hit him 3 more times with this attack. But last level, all I had to do was my previous crappy attack, and I'd get the same effect, right? That's what I mean. It's that whole, does my action economy actually change? Or is it literally, if we broke it down to the common, like the common denominator, are the numbers technically still the same?
Is it just going to come all out in the wash, basically?
And yeah, and that's a hard thing to do. But it is something that I do look at when I'm trying to like look for that balance in how to develop a character, both as a DM and as a player.
100%.
And yeah, really, I guess the last thing we can really talk about is what happened. So essentially, we know what happened to dual casting dual
classing.
Dual classing, and essentially that got phased out in favor for less complex multiclassing because really dual classing only existed for the sake of humans. Because they weren't allowed to multiclass. That was their alternative version just to kind of change things up and spice it. Again, one of those things where I see why I make certain changes, like why I use the 2nd edition, you have to roll under your number, but the closer without going over is better. That's my own personal thing. Except for perception. Perception's the only thing I roll where a 1 is a crit success and a 20 is a crit fail. It's the only thing I do. Can't even say why I do it, but it's just one of those things. Once in a while, I just want different. I don't want everything to be the exact same. I have no functional... Like, I do have a narrative reason. I've told you guys, I have a narrative reason why perception as a 1 is a crit success. And essentially, unlike other stats, the idea is like it's attention, right? If you roll a 20, it's like your attention's grabbing everything. You're overloaded. If you hit your number, you're paying attention to just too much. But if you get a 1, it's almost like that one thing is just screaming out at you. It's like in a video game, that item that's glowing. You just run right up to it. That's what I imagine. When you're in perception, you're like, I'm looking for this thing. The higher your number, so much that you're intaking, you're like, I need to find a pen. I'm going to look over this desk. I'm going to look across that room. I'm going to look over there. I'm going to ask you to look in your pockets. I'm going to look over there. I'm going to look over there. Versus roll a 1. I'm going to look for a pen. How about I look in the drawer? My mind was, I need an item. Go to the most logical spot, and you found it. It's right. That's what I imagine. Why it doesn't matter. It doesn't technically make any sense mechanically because the other rolls don't work like that. Mm-hmm. But that's how I narratively explain it, and I like it. I like that there's just that one roll that just changes it up, spices it up, makes people think twice. I don't want it to just be, I don't want every roll to just be like, yeah, roll 20, roll 20, roll. I want some.
We talk about that a little bit in our homebrew reviews, where a lot of the times it's just really nice to see something that's not the norm, to see something that hasn't been, used to death, to see you doing things a little bit differently. Like there's so many dexterity saving throws out there. It's nice to see Constitution once in a while. It's nice to see, intelligence once in a while. It's nice to be able to put these other things out there and just be able to say, hey, we have a variety of things that we do here. And I think that plays into the same mindset, so you don't have to feel so just
and it doesn't change, it doesn't fundamentally change how dice rolls work. It's just
that's still gonna have the same
time where
effect.
And again, I like the idea where it's like, we always want to roll high, but it also comes down, I think part of the influence too is back in, when I started, DMing, and there's a lot of people, or when I started playing early on, and there's a lot of people out there who, entertain the idea of controlling dice and having, a feel for it and energy for it. Some people salt their dice. There's a lot of dice culture. And so part of this too was influenced by that dice culture, because that was very big in the D&D group I started with, and dice culture was huge. And so that's also another aspect I know probably influenced it, is this idea of there's got to be a roll that, everyone wants to roll high, but there's got to be a roll that you want to roll low on, right? And it's like that control where I'll say once in a while
on those same lines, just the simple fact, and I've taken this from you a lot, especially with my players, is just the simple fact especially when you're rolling percentiles, you ask them, do you want a high or low?
Yeah.
And that simple question, even though it doesn't really have any difference.
Functional difference.
It has no functional difference, but at the end of the day, it gives the player, again, you talk about dice culture, it's like, let me just feel this situation. What's happening here? Sometimes it's narratively, let me feel the situation. Yep. Is it going to be a situation where I want it to be a high extreme or a low extreme? Or it could just be I'm feeling that these dice are going to roll kind of low right now, and I really want it to be
I
whatever the case may be.
You know what? Here's a little secret for all of you DMs out there. That is also one of the best ways to completely I just lost the word I was about to say. It's one of those ways to completely eliminate confrontation. Because a lot of the times people they want to do something and they just really hate the dice roll. They hate the choice that they're given. When you give them that choice out the gate, you almost absolve yourself of all responsibility, because once they've chosen and it goes the wrong way, it's 100. They know. The moment they choose high and they roll low, you see it in their face. They immediately blame themselves. You are not even on the table as a culprit, because you just say, hey, you have to. If you say roll percentiles, you want to roll high and they roll low, they're upset. But when you ask them and then they get it wrong, it's 100% on them, and you know it. And it's not like I want them to feel bad, but it's nice when it's they acknowledge, you know what, that's on me.
Imagine you were planning your day and you made a change to your plans because you thought it was going to be beneficial, and it turned out not to be. You're going to be like, dang, I'm not going to do that next time. But if it's something completely outside of your control, a lot of times people get so much more pissed. They start yelling at somebody. But
it affects them. It affects them without making them able to just accept, hey, you know what? That was my choice. I accept the consequences.
We have a lot more grace for ourselves in certain situations, and that's a good thing. We should learn to have that grace for other people as well. But still, it's a good thing to recognize, okay, so you see how you were okay with what happened in that situation. It can be the same for
and we've talked about this being a DM. This is basically just the life of a DM is constantly having those moments where it's these are the rules. I know you don't like them, but we all got to work with it. Like, just being the person who has to be, like, hey, these are the rules I follow, or, being the one that say, hey, here's the call that I'm making. Like, there's always hard times as a DM on hard calls you have to make. But anytime you can put the pressure on the player, tell them, what do you want to roll? It basically just, they will immediately blame themselves.
Yes. And I actually have started doing that with when people are asking me to do something. So there was a situation where somebody was like, hey, what do I know about that statue? And so I'll say something like, hey, you can roll Arcana or History.
Oh yeah, I love that.
Pick which one, whichever one you want. You can roll whichever, and then they'll roll it.
The biggest difference too is whether or not, here's a good trick too, is whether or not you as a DM, like I love that choice, just flat out, just letting them choose what is your better stat, because that they're like wisdom or history or wisdom or intelligence. So you're like, I'll give you these two because I know I'm gonna let you choose which stat is best. I'll even go the step further though, and if I do give them that, I have 2 different answers I give them too.
Very much so.
So if it's like the statue and you want to do Arcana, you'll get a different type of history, or you'll get a different type of information than if you did history.
Very much so. Very much so. And
it's hard. It's extra thinking power. But if I always, when I know I'm gonna prepare to give them 2 options, I will always have, like, even if it's a athletics versus acrobatics, depending on what they're trying to do, I will have different scenarios played out
of how it's going
based on which one matters. Because giving them the same action and the same outcome, but 2 different approaches doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean?
Because imagine two different classes. You have a rogue and a barbarian standing next to each other, and they're going to do the same thing, but they're going to do it in very different ways.
Yeah.
You don't want them to just
you don't
be
want
like
narratively say they're going to literally be identical. No, like that's the whole kind of thing, is you have to look at contextually, what does that mean? So I love the answer because it not only allows the player to choose the best stat, so it's also kind of an advantage to the player, but if they know that what they're going to get is different, it may not be the best thing, right? Like if you're looking for a magical door and you have an Arcana check versus a history check, maybe history isn't going to be great when you be like, oh yes, the architecture, that this is of dwarven design. How the fuck does that help me open a magic door? I should have done the Arcana check to be like, oh, there's a conjuration aura. This thing may bring something about if we fuck with it.
Yes.
That's what I mean. That's an example of when you try to acknowledge 2 different abilities, those would be 2 different answers. It's up to the player to know which contextually is a history check or an Arcana check. Contextually in this moment, what information do I need? Do I need to know about it and its history and what it is and who made it? Or do I need to know about its essence and what it is today and what it is doing? Like, those are those things where it's like, I love the idea of not just giving them the advantage, but it's also a choice of, but what's more important?
Okay. No, I totally feel that. Like, I think that's definitely a very fair point. Although I would say, at the very least, I want to encourage people to, like, if you were to roll high on either check, I would want to give you something useful.
Oh, no, of course.
Like, I don't want you to feel like you wasted your roll, but 100%. At the same time, I want you to, again, recognize that what you got from this. Like, imagine if I had 2 players, because this has actually happened to me before. I had 2 players rolling for information. They're both looking at this statue, let's say, and they both want to find out information for it, but for very different reasons. One rolls Arcana, one rolls History. They both roll well, so I give you a lot of good information, but I give you very different, but also very useful information.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, instead of just doing the whole, well, you both know this much. Like, nah. And that's the thing. Like, let's say you were like, hey, this door might be trapped, or we know it's trapped. We got to figure something out. History check might tell you what wizard built it. And you could do more information checking to figure out what type of magic that wizard knew. Versus Arcana would tell you what power's coming off the door, but that wouldn't tell you what wizard did it. And if you know the wizard's more about illusion than traps, you know what I mean? So it's like, those are what I mean. It's like, I would give you different information, but it would still be to the degree of what you wanted, right? Like, it's still towards the goal you want, but what information exactly is going to be dependent, right? And it's that's a very unique aspect of like a trap door or a magical door. But yeah, the idea of I always try to have like a slight subtlety difference based on the choice that they make, because yeah, I love giving them the advantage or the opportunity to get something different, but I don't just want to give them the best chance. Otherwise, you would just say, what's your best stat? Roll that. Right. I want to say, if I'm giving you the choice, it's not just because I don't know what your stats are, so I want you to have the highest roll. Because what if it's an 11 versus a 12? It's like, it's not really that much of an advantage. It also should be, you get to choose not only because you want to have your best chance, but again, history versus arcana, there'll be a little bit of a different information.
Facts.
And what you need, you'll have to decide that choice, you know? And I think that's normal for a player and a character to think of, right? Like, if you're going to examine something, now granted, the average mind has a different way of compartmentalizing that information. I don't think the average person would examine something and only sift through part of knowledge they have. But the idea is more of it's not so much I'm checking for history knowledge or I'm checking for arcana. It's more of you're inspecting the door. You're not choosing if you're looking for history notifications or looking for identifiers of magic. You're searching the whole door regardless. The player is choosing which direction is the most likelihood you're going to find. So if you choose history, you're not examining the door any different than if you chose arcana. Your character in-game examines the door the same. A history check will find that the hinges are of a certain type, the metals of a certain era, and this mark down here is actually the maker's mark. An arcana check would give you the aura and maybe a ward that you found. The examination you did is the exact same. You looked at every little corner, you felt it. The difference is, the information that popped out at you, that the player chose to pop out, was historically accurate, whereas the player can say, I'm hoping to get arcana out of it, and then you would still, same exact search, but you'd find a magical ward.
Right.
Your character is not trying to find one or the other. It's that meta decision of what's the likelihood he's going to come across something. You, as the player, get to choose, are you likely to find remnants of magic or remnants of its mechanical nature? That's the player's choice, but the character isn't making that choice. And I think that's another thing that, and we're probably getting way off because we're already done for tonight, but that's another thing that I see a lot of, like, I think DMs and players not really comprehend when it comes to abilities, is that it's not a 1-to-1 ratio in that respect of, you may have to roll for something, but your character isn't doing it in game. Like, your character isn't doing any of this stuff. Like, the character isn't rolling initiative. Like I brought that up earlier, where a wizard in a bar and a barbarian starts a fist fight. Why is the wizard suddenly a target? He's sitting at the bar with his back to the audience like any other NPC. There'd be no reason other than meta knowledge to attack them because they're initiative. That's why I say it's perfectly normal until the wizard does something obvious. They should be able to subtly do their magic. That was the point I was trying to make.
Yeah.
Because that makes contextual sense. But because your character isn't rolling initiative. Your character doesn't understand initiative. Initiative is just a representation of how quickly you are to react, which is why you're allowed to hold reaction and you're not forced to react. This is the soonest you can react to what's happening, because again, 6 seconds, things are just popping off, and it takes you a second to comprehend what's happening and formulate a plan. That's all initiative is your ability to formulate a plan and act based off of the most immediate information in the last 6 seconds, which is why I also like dynamic initiative, because it's literally your ability to pop in and out of the moment. But your character doesn't know any of this, right? Your character is just in that 6 seconds. And that's where it gets lost is...
I mean, honestly, like, I've had moments, and I don't know, this is so weird, but like throughout my random day, like, I will just recognize moments where I rolled really well on something in life, or I rolled really poorly on something in life. And usually I'm rolling poorly when it comes to like history checks or trying to remember something. But when I think about it, it's like, I'm just like, all right, let me try to follow whatever path that makes most sense to me to go to A to B. If I'm looking for my keys, if I'm doing whatever it is, it's not like I'm rolling a dice and it's just luck whether I'm going to get it. But
if you're sitting there going, okay, let me retrace my steps, That's wisdom. That your player rolled a wisdom check when you're sitting there going, okay, it's not over there, but then I went over here and then I went over here. That's a wisdom check they try to roll. If you're systematically going, okay, I leave it here, it's not here. Okay, it has to be in my car. It's not in my car. It has to be in my office. That's intelligence. Because you are going to where it's most likely, whereas wisdom is retracing, thinking of history, thinking of where you've been, you know what I mean? Like that, like you were saying, like you can pinpoint those moments based off of you're not choosing to use wisdom or intelligence, but based on the actions you take, your player is choosing you to do intelligence or wisdom. And that's,
genuinely speaking, like, it's kind of like that because, you know, for me in general, I would say wisdom is a higher stat for me. And so, like, more often than not, I'm going to use wisdom when I'm trying to do things because I understand that my thought process is going to get me there a lot easier there going the wisdom path than the intelligence path, you know? And that's, again, more instinctual rather than aware, more than cognitive. It's not like I'm like, all right, I am specifically not going to investigate and I'm going to
theory.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that
just happens.
Yeah, and exactly. That's I love that idea of like, being able to be aware of, you know, what is it that you go through in life, and can you pinpoint those moments where your player decided, hey, I didn't decide that this was better than trying, you know, I didn't decide that using my, you know, my legs was better than my hands in terms of dex versus strength. I just did it. My player had made the choice. And that's the idea. From the character's point of view, you're not complimenting from the character's point of view what they should do. They're just doing. You as the player are metaing, in a sense, what their intuition is. You are essentially their intuition, or their subconscious, right? And that's I think a big disconnect is a lot of people kind of forget when metagaming is metagaming and when it's your character.
Right.
And I think that's just, I think it's just the nature of the game. I think it's just the nature of how people play D&D now.
If you've ever had a thought pop into your head, I think that's your player telling you something, basically. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, that thought kind of came out of nowhere, but all right, you know. But sometimes those thoughts, they trigger you to exactly what you needed. It was like, oh my, that was the thing. And it's sometimes.
I always love doing the things where it's like, there's things that you can think about doing. Like what I consider like strength checks, where it's like I need to go do this physical task, like your e-bike. You know, that would be a strength check. You know, picking it up, unfolding it, locking it into position, maybe an intelligence check to remember the battery and all of that. But have there been those days where you're like, oh shit, I gotta go grab my backpack, and you just kind of like reach over without thinking, you grab the bike, and you just unclick it, like you just naturally grab it, and it just flicks, and you're just like, oh, I know how. Like you normally have to sit there and think about it, but you just did it. That's a dex check. Because it's that
muscle memory.
Yeah, muscle memory. I believe like muscle memory things that happen in life that you just didn't even realize you were about to do, and you're like, oh, I guess that's already done. That's a dex check. Whereas if you have to be more methodical and actually utilize your muscles, that's a strength check. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, if you're meticulously doing something, that's intelligence. If you're processing it in your head and methodically, mapping it out, that would be wisdom, right? Like, you know, intuition versus intelligence also is like wisdom versus intelligence. You know, you eat something bad and then it takes a second for your stomach to settle, you're making a constitution check.
Yep.
And you almost failed, but you kept it down, right? Like those kind of things are just all like again, you eat something spicy, that's a constitution check on whether or not you just start watering at the eyes and the mouth and everything, or if you're like, that was spicy, and then you just hold it in. Like, that everyday constitution check right there.
Interesting. I like it.
There's so many ways that you can point out, like, what you do in
It's
life.
one of my favorite things. It's just this weird little side game that I play in my brain all the time. But, yeah, it's a good deal.
Yeah,
it's definitely a good deal.
But yeah, so that was it. That was the history of multiclassing, including dual classing and tri-classing. I do want to send a shout out and a thank you to Cosmic Purge for submitting that. That was a fantastic
I really
topic idea.
That.
I know originally you were just asking about the difference of what actually dual classing is, and you know you wanted to more or less know why people don't tri-class really anymore. And yeah, basically,
I think we did a good job covering that too.
5th edition basically just streamlined it to a point to where most people in most games can't pace properly to make tri-classing work. And dual classing got phased out because they no longer needed racial limitations, and therefore the concept of dual classing kind of faded into the background in favor of a more streamlined multi-class, which had more customization, less of a downtime, less of a detriment to development and all of that. So while I think that dual classing, I believe that there's room for that to come back, I would like to see it come back in a way of you do the same thing where you go to a certain level and then you cap, but get rid of, especially for 5th edition purposes, get rid of I can't use those abilities anymore. Just let me go to level 8 as a rogue. Now I'm a fighter, level 1 fighter, level 8 rogue, and I'm always going to be level 8 rogue. I don't lose those abilities, but now I'm just a fighter.
So
now
at
I'm
the very
just
least,
leveling
it
up
still
fighter.
feels like you're level 9.
Yeah, you're still the level
Yeah.
9. That would be the only, because I understood why they did it previously, because it kept you at pace with a multiclasser. But if you did dual classing now, this way without restricting the first class when you multiclass, if you did the dual class that way, then you can easily justify multiclassing with subclasses. If I was a moon druid till level 8, and then I went to a barbarian, beastmaster, but if I didn't lose any of my druid powers, fucking beautiful. If I could start off as a level 1 barbarian beastmaster at level 9, but still retain all of my druid abilities, that would be fine. It's really the reason why dual classing failed is because it had that you can't touch it until you cap out or until you reach that same level. If they just got rid of that and said, hey, once you're done with your first class, you're just done, but you always have it and then you just restart to your next class, that would be better, because that way, as you're leveling up, you level up in that one thing until you're comfortable with it, and then you add on something else, and then level up in that thing until you're comfortable with it, instead of multi-classing, where you're just kind of just waiting forever for anything to happen. At least with this one, you get exactly what you want when you want it. That might be a way to bring back dual classing. Just cap your first one, but you don't lose the abilities.
Right.
I would do that. I would do that in 5th edition, because that, I think, is the best way you could justify 2 subclasses. Instead of multi-classing with subclasses, just choose your subclass. Maybe say dual classing, your first class has to be minimum level 5. That way you get your subclass, you get your bare minimum feats that really define that subclass.
Right.
And then once you've reached level 5, at any point after that, you can select a new class. You'll cut this one off. But then that way, no matter how many subclasses you choose, you'll always have the identifying markers of that subclass, and that way it wouldn't feel overpowered, right? You could literally have 3 5s, 4 5s, and have all of their individuality. You just wouldn't have any of their OP-ness,
Right.
but you'd have the flexibility. So
I think that could work.
I think it could too. It wouldn't be nearly as powerful, but it would be flexible.
Right.
If you could do it that way. But yeah, I think this was a fantastic topic. Made it to 4 hours. So yeah, really good topic. A lot of good side content today too. I was actually really happy with a lot of the conversations that this brought out. A few of them went a little bit in directions we weren't expecting, but I mean, hey, that's how we do it here. That's how we make the content, and that's what y'all come for. But otherwise, we are at the 4 hour mark. So that is going to be us for this Friday, for this Deeper Discussions. Thank you so much for joining us on this historic journey through multiclassing.
Right. The history of.
Yeah, the history of. That's actually probably going to be a new playlist. I'll probably end up doing a new playlist of the history of on the YouTube channel. That way, just anytime we do kind of these breakdown histories, because that's where I think we are starting to like these a lot more, where we actually just not just talk about a piece, but we break down the history first and then we expand upon it. So that's been us for the history of multi-classing, including dual classing and tri-classing. It's been fantastic. I really appreciate everybody that's been here. We had so many people. We had Cosmic, we had Hoilepa, Russell Gamer, brand new. Thank you so much for joining.
Did
even
we have
though
another
D&D
new
might not
chatter
be
in
your
here?
thing.
Wolfcara?
NB Wolf, yeah. NB Wolf was here as well. Yeah, so thanks everybody for coming. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Thank you for keeping us company. It's always great to see you guys in chat. If you guys want to stick with us, if you want to chat with us offline, or if you want to submit ideas and topics for us to talk about, if you want to submit homebrew review for Mondays, you can submit that through our Discord. So I'm going to pop that into the chat right now. You can join the Discord. Discord. We'd love to have you in chat. We have a bunch of different channels you can talk to us in, submit stuff, or just openly talk. It's really a lot of fun. If you liked anything that you saw here today, if you missed anything on this episode, or if you want to catch any of our previous episodes, you can do that on our VODs channel. We have all of our live streams on YouTube right now, so you can check that out. I've also posted that link in the chat as well. Otherwise, that's going to be us. We will be back on Monday, as always, for our homebrew review, homebrew showcase. We are workshopping that name, so we'll eventually get that new one out to you. I have some really good ideas. I'm going to talk to Kage about it first, but I have some really good ideas. I think they're really good ideas. So kind of roll off the tongue. So yeah, join us for that on Monday at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and every Friday for deeper discussions where we go over the history or just deep dive any other topic. And that one starts at 7:30 Pacific Standard Time. I really hope that you all had a fantastic week. I hope you have a great weekend ahead of you. That is going to be us. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy. Thank you so much again. And that will be us for tonight. Cheers, y'all.
Deuces, my friends.